Is that right? It is. So maybe they were right. Why did you stop? I'll stop. Why did you right? Yeah, right. I don't know.
Mayor's 4, right? Or Katie's 4, right?
Katie's 40.
Is it there? No. Yes. No, I haven't signed them yet.
Okay. Since Jeff is the father, I think here on the guys is going to ask me to do that.
Oh my God, that's so sweet.
Okay.
Okay, hold on.
And also, there's organization.
Mayor, I just want you to know, if you start the meeting, I'm just using the restroom.
You know what I need? I need a copy of the agenda.
Is that one summer? Is that one for summer?
Yes.
I don't use that bathroom. It grosses me out.
Okay.
That bathroom grosses me. I was the only woman for a while. Disgusting. It's like sticky.
Should I do the little bangy thing?
Supposed to bang it on the wood. There you go. It echoes more.
Okay, everybody, good evening. It is a little bit late. We apologize. We had a pre-meeting for the meeting. The time is now 6:35, and I'm going to call the Tuesday, June 9th, 2026 City Council meeting to order. Let's do a roll call. I know that we have a couple of people that are in the facilities, and so we are otherwise all here. Tonight, I would like to invite Jimmy Turner, our fire department chaplain, forward to come and provide the invocation. Please rise if you can.
Let's pray. So Heavenly Father, we just thank you for who you are and all that you do. Lord, I thank you for the leadership of those in office here in the city of Cibolo. I pray, Father, for everything that would take place here at this meeting, Lord, that would bring you glory and honor. I pray that you would just go before us, that if there be any kind of issues or problems that might arise, that we would be able to come to a resolution, Lord, in a way that would bring you glory and honor. Father, I thank you for who you are, and I pray that you be glorified in this. In Jesus' name, amen. Amen.
Thank you, Jimmy. And now for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now we will have the presentation of awards and recognition, a 5-year service award for Sean George. Mr. Reed.
Thank you, Mayor. If I could have Mr. George or Sean come on up. All right, Sean, I'm going to have you hold your 5-year service award plaque. There's also a pin, but we're going to keep the pin right there for you. And I'm going to read a letter to you. Sean joined the city just before I did, and I remember meeting him for the first time, and I said, so who else is working on our fleet? And you said,
Just me.
just me. And I thought, wow, if Sean gets injured, goes on vacation, leaves us, we have nobody to work on our fleet. And so we worked hard to add another fleet mechanic. And we need more, but I realized one deep bench was not going to work for us. So Sean and I, he beat me to 5 years. Mine's coming up. So I appreciate that you're here at your 5-year anniversary. Let me read a letter that was written just for you. Dear Sean, congratulations. On behalf of everyone at the City of Cibolo, I want to congratulate you on the 5th anniversary of your employment. You joined our organization on May 17th, 2021 as a fleet mechanic. This year signifies a key milestone in your service, and we would like to celebrate your achievements with you today. We know that the growth and success of our departments is dependent on having devoted and capable team members such as yourself, and we want to recognize the contributions you have made to help us achieve our goals. You are a valued member of the Public Works team and have been instrumental in improving operations, efficiency, and service delivery. Early in your tenure, you worked closely with the Public Works Administration team, the City Manager's Office, and the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality, also known as TCEQ, to close out a grant-funded fleet replacement program, ensuring compliance and securing 2 replacement vehicles totaling more than $141,000. Embodying our core value of professional development, you obtained your vehicle inspector license and completed specialized training, directly strengthening the city's ability to maintain its fleet and equipment in-house. This commitment is to continuous learning and cost savings is evident through your internal repair work. Notably, your efforts on the Camel vacuum truck blower motor avoided over $26,000 in replacement and labor costs, while additional in-house repairs have saved approximately more than $11,000, and your resourcefulness in identifying warranty opportunities and repurposing equipment avoided another $5,000 to $10,000 in costs. Furthermore, over the past 5 years, you have taken a highly proactive approach to asset management, generating approximately $120,000 in revenue through gov deals and supporting the decommissioning and preparation of fleet assets for auction, which resulted in more than $266,000 in sales and more than $338,000 in enterprise lease returns, all contributing directly back to the city's general fund. You continue to demonstrate accountability, teamwork, and a results-driven approach, consistently identifying opportunities to improve operations, reduce costs, and provide reliable service to the city. Thank you for your 5 years of dedicated service and for continuously driving our success forward. We're proud to honor you with this award as a symbol of our gratitude, and we look forward to the next 5 years and more on our team.
We'll do a quick photo, and I understand some of your family is here tonight,
Yes, sir.
and some of your coworkers, so we're going to do a few photos, okay?
All right.
All right. All right, and who from your family is here that you'd like to
My wife
come up?
and my dad.
Come on up.
All his parents.
Oh.
Oops. You want a picture with your coworkers?
Sure.
Okay, anybody from Public Works? If you want to be in a picture with
Cody.
Sean, come on up.
They all show up. Public Works is very adorable.
The other mechanic.
When his son works with them too. So cute. Okay.
Well, that was exciting. Thank you, Mr. George, for your commitment to Cibolo. We appreciate you. All right, moving to proclamations. Today we have two proclamations. I'm going to flip them around. So, Councilman McLaughlin, are you ready? We are going to give a proclamation to the Responsible Fatherhood Month, and we want to thank the entity that is here today to receive this proclamation is SJRC Texas Belong Providing Fatherhood Services with Melissa Loyola and Matthew Snelling. So thank you for coming. And we also want to recognize one of our Cibolo residents, Karen Macias, who helped with this proclamation. Take it away, Councilman McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mayor. Proclamation, Responsible Fatherhood Month. Whereas everyone deserves a chance to reach one's full potential, and we have a moral and economic duty to support our children and to promote positive outcomes for young people through early intervention, quality education, and family support programs. And whereas fathers, whether biological, a father figure, foster, or adoptive, deserve our honor and gratitude. And whereas the celebration of Father's Day is a time to honor fathers and thank them for their love and support and the vital potential role they play in helping children grow and set goals for their future. And whereas good fathering and co-parenting during infancy, childhood, and adolescence contributes to emotional security and has overwhelming positive psychological and economic benefits for children, families, communities, and other sectors. And whereas children are less likely to face poverty, infant mortality, and abuse and/or neglect when there is an involved father in their lives. And whereas all fathers must invest in providing emotional and financial support for their children at every juncture of their lives, supporting involved, nurturing, and responsible fatherhood. And whereas strong families are the foundation of thriving communities, which are essential as we address social challenges like addiction, teen pregnancy, crime, and school dropout. And whereas through our state, we aim to promote positive fathering and co-parenting to showcase providers of fatherhood resources and services, increase public awareness of the crucial role of fathers. And now, therefore, I, Carol Latimer, Mayor of the City of Cibolo, do hereby proclaim the month of June 2026 Responsible Fatherhood Month.
Ms. Karen Macias, if you can also join in the picture of the proclamation. And also, Ms. Melise and Mr. Snelling, if y'all wouldn't mind giving us a little bit of information regarding your organization?
Natural, so maybe I'll do this.
Weird, right?
We just ask you to speak into the mic.
Into the mic. So I'm
Make
gonna
sure
have to
it's
do
green.
this. Okay, so I'll do this. Well, thank you guys so much for having us here today, and thank you so much for quoting the statistics that you did, because I wanted to bring like a short synopsis of why it was really important for dads to be involved, and you did that beautifully. So thank you so much. Again, my name's Matt. I'm a fatherhood specialist at SJRC Texas. And SGRC Texas works with families, and so we have a wide range of programs. We work with mom, with kids. We have safety programs. There a lot of programs that work with mother and child. But my boss, Melissa Loyola, who's over here many years ago, just noticed that there are a lot of things for mom. There's a lot of things for kids, and rightfully so, because they need help, but there's not very much for dads. And so she was passionate about seeing how can we serve fathers in our area. And so our program, one of the things that we do is we try to keep families safe and thriving by helping dad, because we do believe that if dad is involved in the family, and it's safe to do so, that there's a lot of benefits that come from that. And so we do that through education, connection, and events. And you guys, there is a flyer at the back that has all of this information in it. But our main programs really are our Nurturing Fathers program that really gives dads the tools that they need to be more engaged, more compassionate with their family. I had a dad come to me and say, hey, when I'm in this class, my marriage is better, which was kind of a new one for me. I was like, oh, well, this is about being a better father, but we talk about communication. We talk about meeting unmet needs. Had another father come to me. We have a lesson on acting versus reacting. And he's like, this is changing my life, like this information. And so our Nurturing Fathers class really is just a group class for all male caregivers. And it's from infancy to like 17 years of age. And so that happens online. And then we also have a fatherhood forum, which happens monthly. It can happen a couple of times each month, but that's more of like connection and discussion, and it centers on the 5 protective factors that keep families safe. Things like resiliency and relationships and things like that. But it just provides an environment for dads to connect with one another. And one of the biggest problems that dads have is just being isolated and not seeking out male friendships, and this kind of helps facilitate that a little bit while also talking about the issues that we're dealing with. And so Fatherhood Forum and Nurturing Fathers program are huge. And then we have child-father engagement events. We just wrapped up a fatherhood fishing event with a child and father, and that happened at Fisher Park. And it was a blast. I mean, we had I think it was like 60 people that showed up for it, and we just provided fishing poles and things like that. But we have things throughout the year that just facilitate events, fun events to create memories between father and child. We have a fatherhood coalition that meets, is it quarterly? Every other month. But it's just people that are interested in serving dads in some capacity. It could be the dad in your life, it could be dads in your community, but we just provide that avenue online every other month. And then we have fatherhood engagement training that is kind of like we're doing here. We just talk about the program and like the benefits of it. We go to different organizations, whether it's in the city or like businesses, and just talk about the importance of fatherhood. And so that's kind of the program at a glance. Thank you guys so much for honoring us in this way and highlighting the importance of fathers. I really appreciate you guys, and thank you for this award. Thank you guys.
And just to let the fathers know that we do have a stock pond here in Cibolo. So, yeah.
Next to HE
Just got restocked. Thank you so much. Are you coming up to? Okay. Okay, and Miss Karen in the back, thank you so much for. Oh, did you want to come? Oh, yes, please come forward. This is also for the SJRC fatherhood.
Yes. Good evening. I'm Karen Macias, a resident of Cibolo. Since 1995, I'm a wife, mother, and grandmother, and a woman of faith. I would like to express my deepest gratitude to Mayor Latimer and the City Council members for approving this proclamation declaring June as Responsible Fatherhood Month in Cibolo. And a very special thank you to Councilwoman Norma Sanchez for assisting me in recommending the proclamation. This is a smart investment for the city of Cibolo because too many children are growing up without a father and the consequences are too great to ignore. Every child in Texas deserves the love and protection and guidance of a committed father. In our state, nearly 2.5 million children have lived in single-parent homes. Almost 1 million Texas households are led by a single parent. 3/4 of them are raised by mothers alone. That is 700,000 mothers who are raising children without a father, a stepfather, or an adoptive father. And sadly, Texas is ranked 4th highest of all of the 50 states. This fatherhood gap is fueling a crisis. Tonight, we have the opportunity to express our gratitude and celebrate the many fathers and grandfathers who are loving, engaged dads. I have invited a select few of people, fathers, men and their families tonight. They're on the back 2 rows. These men are strong family father figures and men of faith. They show love, share their faith and values, provide guidance, discipline, protection for their children, and stay engaged. They are responsible fathers who are committed to raising up good citizens, just as many of you here tonight in this building with uniforms and suits and t-shirts. Thank you all. And I am so very appreciative for the outstanding organization that Norma recommended and will take home the Responsible Fatherhood Proclamation tonight. We commend SJRC Texas, Belong, and their incredible fatherhood initiative for their tremendous effort to combat the fatherhood gap in Texas. Well done, and thank you very much. And you all deserve praise. And by recognizing June as Responsible Fatherhood Month in Cibolo, we take a bold step toward building stronger families, safer communities, and a brighter future for children and in our great city and state, because every child in Texas deserves the love and protection and guidance of a committed father. Thank you all.
Thank you so much. That is wonderful to celebrate the fathers. Public hearing, we're going to have, see, I did that whenever I go out of order, that's what happens to me. Thank you for keeping me on track. Now for the proclamation for Women's Veteran Day, Councilwoman Brown.
All right, so before I read this proclamation, I want to ask all the veteran women to stand, please. I wanted everyone to take a moment to kind of look around the room. What you see is more than a gathering of women, veterans. It's a testament to courage, sacrifice, resilience, and service. Women have served our nation with honor and distinction in every branch of the United States Armed Forces. We have deployed into combat zones, responded to humanitarian crises, led troops, cared for the wounded, and defended the freedoms we all enjoy today. As a proud Army veteran and member of this Cibolo City Council, it is both a privilege and a deeply personal honor to sponsor this proclamation recognizing Women Veterans Appreciation Day. This moment is special because I am not just standing before veterans, I'm standing amongst my sisters, women who have raised their right hand and swore on oath to support and defend our nation. Women who sacrificed time with their families, overcome challenges, and continued serving along after taking off the uniform. All of the women that stood We are either mothers, we are all daughters, leaders, business owners, public servants, and we are veterans. So we send a message to our community and future generations. We are here. We served, we led, we sacrificed, and we will continue to make a difference. So in reading this proclamation, Women's Veterans Day in Cibolo, Texas, June 12th, 2026. Whereas throughout the history of Texas and the United States, women have dedicated themselves to securing and preserving the freedoms and liberties cherished by all Americans and our allies. And whereas women served in the United States Uniformed Service with exceptional valor, resilience, and integrity during both conflict and peace, safeguarding the security and prosperity of our nation. And whereas women veterans present one of the fastest growing demographics within the veteran community, projected to constitute nearly 20% of the total veteran population by 2045. And whereas the state of Texas is the home of the largest population with more than 207,000 women veterans whose dedication, sacrifices, and achievements deserve recognition, respect, and gratitude. And whereas 2026 marks the 78th anniversary of the groundbreaking Women's Armed Services Integration Act, which was signed into law by President Harry S. Truman on June 12, 1948, enabling women to serve as permanent, regular members of the Army, Marine Corps, Navy, and Air Force. And whereas it is fitting to honor the courage and dignity in which women have served and continue to serve in defense of our nation and our great state. Now, therefore, I, Mayor Cara Latimer of the City of Cibolo, do hereby proclaim June 12th, 2026 as Women Veterans Day, in witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand this 12th day of June 2026, signed Mayor Cara Latimer. And I'll ask all of my veteran sisters to come to the front so we can take a picture.
And then following the picture, we will take a brief 5-minute break to enjoy some cupcakes with our lady veterans. Where did my clock go?
Double it up. Double it up. Yep. Double it up. There we go.
Look at these amazing women. Please feel free to help yourself to some cupcakes, and we will resume in 5 minutes.
Please eat the cupcakes. Please grab a snack. Please.
All right, we're going to call this meeting back to order in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. See? My timer. All right, let's see. How do I turn that off? Okay, there we go. All right. Okay, no, here we go. All right, 7A, public hearing. Why does it have this PZ020? Why does it have that PZ number on top of it? Do I have to read that? Okay. We are going to conduct a public hearing regarding a comprehensive master plan amendment to change the future land use map place type from estate residential to rural residential agricultural for certain real property located at 5590 Lower Seguin Road and legally described as ABS 271 Sir F. Rodriguez 11.050 acre tract 1. All right. The time is now 7:06, and I will open the public hearing. Is there anybody here to speak on this matter? Seeing no one, I thought it was somebody coming to speak. Seeing no one is here to speak on this matter, the time is now 7:07, and I will close the public hearing. Moving on to 8, ordinances. Approval, disapproval of an ordinance regarding a comprehensive master plan amendment to change the future land use map place type from estate residential to rural residential agriculture for certain real property located at 559 Lower Seguin and legally described as ABS 271 Sir F. Rodriguez 11.050 acres, tract 1. Good evening and welcome, Mr. Vasquez.
Mayor, members of the council, I'd like to just take a second to introduce Yvonne Briscoe, our new planning manager. She has recently joined the Planning and Economic Development Department. She came to us after spending some time in Austin and East Houston, and now she's living in the area and working for us here in Cibolo, and she'll introduce the case tonight.
Good evening and welcome, Yvonne.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. So this item, can I control the presentation or? Okay. If I can get the 7A1 and not the 8A1? Yeah. So this is the public hearing for the comprehensive plan amendment, that future land use place type from estate residential to rural residential agriculture. Next slide. So the existing future land use plan is estate residential, and that is for large lot, single family residential, subdivision style development with utilities, and it allows for limited farm and livestock uses. The proposed future land use plan is rural residential agriculture, and that place type is for rural character maintained long-term, low-density development with large lots with an emphasis on agriculture and undeveloped land, and really just preservation of natural and open areas. Next slide. The current zoning is SF2, low-density single-family residence. And then if the future land use map is amended, then the applicant will pursue a rezoning to the agricultural homestead zoning district. Next slide. This property is located at 5590 Lower Seguin Road. It is currently undeveloped. The proposed use is a horticultural farmstead or tree farm. And this development concept includes a residential homestead, fenced agricultural production areas for trees and crops, greenhouse and supporting structures, storage containers, and then there was indicated of no retail sales, signage, or public parking. Next slide. So there is review criteria that is listed in the Unified Land Development Code. This criteria is what is used for both Planning and Zoning Commission's recommendation and your decision with a comprehensive plan amendment. That includes number one, that it promotes the health, safety, welfare, and general welfare. Two, that it aligns with the comprehensive plan policies. Three, that it is consistent with the future land use map and the related plans. Four, that it advances the plan goals and objectives. And then five, this actually comprehensive plan amendment can address changed conditions since the last plan update, or mapping errors or plan deficiencies. And then lastly, council has the legislative discretion with the consideration of Planning and Zoning Commission as a recommending body. Next slide. So Planning and Zoning Commission first held their public hearing on March 11th of 2026. There were 2 speakers in favor and 0 in opposition. And the concerns that were raised was the agricultural zoning intent and owner-occupied expectations for those properties. At that time, the commission postponed for further discussion, and they postponed by a vote of 7-0. They then went back to another planning meeting on May 13th, 2026, and at that meeting, the Planning Commission voted to recommend approval by a vote of 7-0, with the finding that it meets the requirements of that Unified Land Development Code, Section 3.6D, the criteria. So after this, you will have the consideration of the item, which is that basically to consider approval or denial of the ordinance. Next slide. From estate residential to rural residential or agriculture on 5590 Lower Seguin Road. Next slide. And just so that you have this up while you're making your consideration, this is the criteria for you to base your decision on. And that concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you. Is anybody on council scratching their head over this? Because I was confused by some of what has been happening all along in this conversation. I've followed along with planning and zoning. So before, if it's okay with council, before we begin the discussion about the future land use map amendment, I would like to briefly write out how I think we got here, or talk out how I think we got here, okay? We're here to discuss the changing of the flume. I'm saying this mostly for the public, not for my council. A flume is a future land use map. It's our long-range planning document, and it helps us determine what types of land use are compatible with an area and what development patterns we expect to see over time in that area. It's a larger planning vision that guides future zoning decisions and helps ensure that the uses remain compatible with the surrounding properties. So that's what a flume is. I have spoken, because this was a little bit confusing to me, I have spoken with our planning and zoning chairwoman and with our vice chair of planning and zoning. They understand what I'm getting ready to talk about and why I'm going to disagree with their ruling. So I've also spoken to our staff at length, our attorney at length, and what became clear to me through these conversations is that there was confusion about how this proposed use fit within our planning framework. More specifically, there was confusion regarding whether the future use should be evaluated as commercial agriculture, like a commercial agricultural use, or a residential agricultural use. And once I understood how this application had been discussed, it became clear that the confusion centered around the different classifications of agriculture within our Unified Development Code. So agriculture is not just one thing. It's not just one thing in our UDC, and it's not just one thing in the real world, right? On one end, you have agricultural uses that are primary residential in nature. Many of you know I live on a farm. I have sheep, bees, chickens, and horses, and other rascally animals. These types of homes are homesteads, hobby farms, cottage farms, small ranches, similar operations where people live on the land and produce from the land. The residence is the primary thing, and the agricultural activity coexist with that residence. They live on and work on the land. It's a residence. On the other hand, you have agricultural uses that are primarily commercial in nature. That might seem strange, right? You think because our city is changing, that's a little bit difficult to imagine. But let me give you some examples of agriculture that are commercial that you would not live next to. A CAFO, a concentrated animal feeding operation, a production facility, a slaughterhouse, or other agricultural enterprises where agricultural activity itself is the primary use of the property, and the business operation drives the land use pattern, not the residents. Both are agriculture, both are legitimate, and both deserve respect. I love my ag. Our UDC recognizes both agricultural sales and services. This addresses agriculture's commercial agricultural activities, while agricultural homestead addresses residential agricultural uses. That distinction is where I believe the confusion began in this case. And I do not say that critically. I'm not saying that the confusion is somebody's fault. Communication is the modern day miracle. If you get it right, praise the Lord. I believe everyone involved was trying to understand whether this proposal was fundamentally a commercial agricultural operation or a residential agricultural use. And when the application first came forward, the discussion focused a lot on a tree farm operation that would grow and sell agricultural products. And that led the conversations about commercial agricultural classifications and whether the future land use map would need to be amended and all of the things that we do here in the city to ensure that our growth is responsible and in tune with what the public would expect. As those discussions continued, planning and zoning kept asking a very important question. I heard this numerous times in their meeting with these folks. Will someone be living on the property? Is this a residence? Eventually, the applicant indicated that a residence would be built on the property and the owners intended to live there. That changed the question before us. Property rights matter. Agriculture really matters. Good planning matters even more. My responsibility here tonight is to help us balance all three, right? I would like the city attorney tonight now, Dan, to confirm it for the council whether estate residential is compatible with agricultural homestead zoning under our current framework, sir.
Yes, I believe it is, Mayor, based on my review. So, and I think you and I had that discussion. So,
So it is agricultural homestead zoning, which is what they are seeking, would be available in the flume as it is now. With that understanding, it became clear that the amendment before us is attempting to resolve a problem that does not require a future land use amendment. The question before us is not whether a tree farm is appropriate, because they're really awesome, but the question before us is whether changing the future land use map is necessary. This property is currently designated estate residential. Estate residential already contemplates larger lots, rural character, and agricultural activities associated with residential properties. If the proposed use is a residential agricultural in nature, then estate residential already appears compatible with that land use type. If the proposed use is commercial agriculture in nature, changing 11 acres within a much larger estate residential planning area is not appropriate. Either way, there is not sufficient justification to amend, or need really, to amend the future land use map. This is approximately an 11-acre tract located within a much larger estate residential planning area. Changing that single tract would amount to what I would call spot fluming. You know, like there's this big area of estate residential and then this little spot fluming of something that would already be able to be zoned what they're seeking. So while we all understand that spot zoning is generally discouraged, I would say the same would go for our flume. In my view, changing the future land use map for a single parcel without a broader planning justification raises the same concern. And for those reasons, I believe denial of this future land use map amendment is the appropriate action, and I would encourage the applicant and the staff to continue discussions regarding the most appropriate zoning path moving forward. Do I have any questions? So just so that there's clarity for both the applicant and the staff, and so that the public and my council knows that I have had this conversation with the city attorney, there is no guarantee that you're going to get any zoning change when you bring it before the Planning and Zoning Commission, but the intent of the Zoning Commission was to try to get them to be able to zone their land homestead ag. This is a completely different apparatus called the future land use map, and it is not, it would be inappropriate to amend it at this time. Do I have a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to disapprove the ordinance as written on 8A.
And I second.
I have a motion and a second.
Yay. Yay.
No, it won't. I pushed it. You saw it. Did it record? Okay. Thank you. Citizens to be heard. This is the only time during the council meeting that a citizen can address the city council. It is the opportunity for visitors and the guests to address the city council on any issue to include agenda items. All visitors wishing to speak must fill out the sign-in roster prior to the start of the meeting. City council may not debate any non-agenda issue, nor may any action be taken on any non-agenda issue at this time. However, city council may present any factual responses to items brought up by the citizens. All remarks shall be addressed to the council as a body. Remarks may also be addressed to any individual member of the council so long as the remarks are about matters of local public concern and not disruptive to the meeting or threatening to any member or any attendee, including staff. Any person violating this policy may be requested to leave the meeting, but no person may be requested to leave or forced to leave the meeting because of the viewpoint expressed. Citizens who want to submit written comments to be read during the citizens' comment portion of the city council meeting should include their name, address, and reason why they are unable to attend the meeting at which they want their comments read. Comments must be submitted to the city secretary at citysecretary@cibolo.tx.gov no later than 2 p.m. prior to the city council meeting. All comments received that include the required information will be provided to the mayor and council and may be summarized or read at the meeting at the discretion of the presiding officer. This meeting is live streamed, and I will now call Miss Emma Hubbard. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. I just wanted to come up here and say thank you with regards to the Still Creek Unit 9 plat. I wanted to take a moment to thank everyone on council for hearing my neighbors and me. I enjoy where I live. I also realize the Lance Crossing Tolly Road Bridge connection is a difficult situation, and I appreciate council for looking into the matter. I feel confident it will be resolved, keeping the safety and well-being of human lives at the forefront. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hubbard. Sarah Teal. Good evening and welcome, Ms. Teal.
Back in 2013, I built the first phase of that project. Everyone knows where 7 to 7 Dental and Snap Fitness and Edward Jones resides. And this last year was able to complete the second phase of that project called Steel Plaza and as a nod to the high school and the fact of its location being right at that intersection, right at that light. We currently have Kids Strong, which is a children's agility program for the little kids. We also have just opened a nail salon with a group that has a number and has a great reputation for nail salons. We're working right now with a fantastic breakfast brunch restaurant that will be a sit down and enjoy that you guys don't have in your community. And I have just one spot left and we're working very diligently. But I wanted to bring our location to your attention just because we're not part of the Walmart Bloom. We're just a small family owned. I'm not an owner, but I represent the wonderful families. And it's a family-owned piece of property and development, and we really focus very hard on maintaining the community look and feel of what it was originally when we were here in 2013 and what it continues to want to be as we continue to grow. So I just wanted to, again, thank you guys for continuing. We had a phenomenal experience in the first development back in the old Rudy Klein days, and the new group were very, very helpful in this last development. But we just wanted to bring to your attention, we'll continue to work very, very hard. I'm excited for hopefully bringing you guys this wonderful restaurant and then bringing something that will just do that same ad of a community feel, being very careful and being very watchful of not having some of the more common players at some of these centers. We're really being mindful of what we're bringing in and who we're doing business and bringing into your neighborhoods. So I just wanted to thank you again for what you guys have done and what you'll continue to do to help me make that happen. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Teal. We look forward to the breakfast. Shemeka Labath. Okay. Amanda Vegas. Oh, hi. Good evening.
My name is Amanda Villegas. I am here on behalf of Leadership Corps through the Chamber Shirt Cibolo Selma. Attending tonight's meeting is a part of my commitment to understand more of local government and things that the City Council does every day. So thank you for having me and thank you for continuing to serve the City of Cibolo. Thank you.
Thanks, Amanda. Sorry I butchered your last name. She's awesome. Karen Macias, she came in. All right. And Sherry McDaniel. Yay. Good evening. Well, welcome and good evening.
Good evening. So I'm coming today before you to let y'all know about a project that the Park and Rec Commission and the Historical Committee are working on together. Is our Flags Over Old Town. I know I'm not allowed to approach you, so here, Miss Valerie. This is a program that we're working on together, both of our commissions. And what it is we're trying to come up with a patriotic way for Old Town to start celebrating more patriotic holidays. So this is in no way are we representing it as a city event. It is our commissions, it's our volunteers. Basically what it is we're trying to get all the businesses in Old Town. If you look at the bottom of the flyer, there's a little QR code. And the Historical Committee has been going door to door to all the businesses, giving them the flyer. And if you scan the QR code, it pulls up what we call a flag kit. And it's a inexpensive kit. It consists of a flagpole, a mounting bracket, a solar light so that the flag can be lit, and a flag. And we're giving, and if you scan it, it pulls it up on Amazon. We're trying to get all the businesses to order the same flag kit so that everybody looks the same. For what I've talked to the historical committee, so far the response has been really, really good. The kit itself comes out at $100.67, so most of the businesses have no problem making that investment. And we're asking, we're going to make a database of the businesses. And then eventually what we'd like to do is we want them to put up the flags for Memorial Day, 4th of July, and Veterans Day. And then eventually we would actually like to, as we get more people involved, maybe have like a decorating competition to where whoever looks the most patriotic in at their business would get some type of award or a recognition. But we just wanted to make you aware that we were doing this in downtown. And like I said, we are having a really, really good outcome so far from it. And this is all, we're trying to promote this for the 250, the 250 birthday. And we didn't really get it rolled out in time for Memorial Day, but we're really, really hoping that we can get this rolled out for 4th of July. And we do have another agenda item that will be coming up later in the agenda. So I'll leave it at that. But thank you.
Thank you. That'll be awesome. All right. Moving on to the consent agenda. All items listed below are considered to be routine and non-controversial by the council and will be approved by one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless a council member so requests, in which case the item will be removed from the consent agenda and will be considered as part of the order of business. 10A, approval of the minutes from the May 26, 2026 meeting. Do I have a motion?
I'll motion to approve the minutes from the May 26, 2026 meeting.
I'll second that.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. Now, if our voting machines will work right. Oh, did you see that?
Yeah, you're beating it.
I did not beat it. So we're approved. Okay. All right. Then 11A, the mayor's follow-up. I have on here 11A, Union Pacific sidewalk across the railroad track on Main Street. I'm hoping that we have some update to that. There was meetings and there was supposed to be, yeah. You want to wait till the update in your update?
Yes, ma'am, and Miss Margarita Hernandez can help me with that update. But
Well,
yes,
your
we do have.
smile is making me very optimistic. I promised when I got elected that I would keep this on my agenda until we achieve a sidewalk over the railroad tracks, and this is me keeping my word. 11B is protocol for council agenda items. I just want to remind you guys that we have a policy that says that we have to have everything in for the agenda at 8:30 a.m. on Monday before, okay? Just because we need to be disciplined, and I'm just a kind reminder because, you know, we have a new city secretary and we should also get into the pattern and the routine. All right, that's it. That's all I have to say. Does anybody have any questions? All right, 12A, administration staff update. Mr. Reed, you want to go through that?
Yes, Mayor, 1 second. Just going back to that one note. All right, to begin, Cibolo Summer Nights. Our next Cibolo Summer Nights is at the YMCA, July 10th, and this is a sports theme, as it has traditionally been. And so we encourage all parents to bring their kids out to have an active evening. And I do believe the YMCA provides a movie at the end of the event. That is our typical Cibolo Summer Nights.
What's the movie?
I don't know what the movie is right now. The YMCA makes that decision. Ms. Hernandez?
Mayor and Council.
Can you come to this microphone? Because last time it just looked, we couldn't see you.
Okay.
And I want to see your smiling face and hopefully good news.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. We're working the details with the YMCA they will provide me all that information. I will share it with you. This would be my first Civil Summer Night, so be patient and give me grace as I'm trying to figure out all the details of all those events. But we're super excited. Frank Arredondo is my point of contact over at the YMCA. We already made contact, and he's providing his needs in terms of support from Public Works. And then we're going to sit down towards the end of the week to lay out all the details.
Yes, and we have a long-standing history with the YMCA doing our Cibolo Summer Nights, and I'm sure they will do an amazing job for the families.
Yes, they've been showing up at every event and have an activation space for all the children. So super excited for this event.
And if you would stay at the podium, we're going to jump right to the Main Street sidewalk across the railroad. I'm going to read the updates, and then Ms. Hernandez, if you want to add anything, please do. So the consultant has submitted, our consultant, not UPRR's, has submitted 2 options, and staff has a recommendation on the design for the sidewalk. Staff, TxDOT, UPRR, and Kimley Horn met to discuss the traffic signal timing also at FM 78 and Main Street, FM 78 and FM 1103. TxDOT will be reviewing the signal timing and will adjust to address the queuing on the UPRR line. Do you want to provide any more details about the status of the sidewalk design?
Yes, Mr. Reed. So last council meeting, I came before you and I said that the consultant had submitted their options, their layout, cost estimates of what they're proposing to submit to Union Pacific. And I had not had the opportunity to review them. I did. I had a conversation with them. And we have a very good option that they're recommending. I'm going to bring it up in front of you next council meeting, so I'll be working on the memo and the exhibits, and I'll bring the consultants so they can respond. But at the end of the day, it's an exhibit and design phase that I believe Union Pacific is very supportive of it. Their staff and obviously, if they're supportive, they will, go out to Union Pacific and say, this is a good option, please approve it. So we're working very closely with them. As Mr. Reed said, we had a meeting, very, very productive meeting. Initially, TxDOT had told us, well, we already looked at the signal at the timing. We already provided all the timing we needed. But we pushed a little bit harder, and they committed to go back and relook at that. As Russell Harville, my superintendent, he knows the streets and he knows what's happening. So he provided that information to them, and we provided some images, some pictures of what is happening, and they agreed to relook at that and add more green light to the main street so we can get the traffic out of there. So,
thank you.
Awesome, thank you.
More good things to come on the next agenda. The Community Center renovation Phase 2. Plans are in the permitting phase. Tentative solicitation by the end of this month. What I mean by plans are in the permitting phase, we want our building inspection staff to review the plans, ensure that they are permit ready, and so they're making final comments back to our consultant. They have been reviewed previously, but what we want are bids on plans that are ready to go. So that's where we're at with the renovation. FM 78 water main extension. The contractor is addressing punch list items. Final inspection scheduled for the first week of July. So that one is very near completion. The sewer rehabilitation along FM 78. Construction is 100% complete. Wastewater line is in service. Final inspection is scheduled for sometime in September. And FM 1103 utility relocation. So this is for Phase 2, not Phase 1 that's currently under construction. Phase 2 being from Rodeo Way, right in front of the Steele High School, to FM 78. New bid opening is June 5th for our utility relocation. Award of contract is estimated for early July. And then the street rehab package number 2, Silver Wing, Town Creek Road, Firebird Run. The final walkthrough for these projects are all this week and should have happened today. And I'm seeing that it did happen today. So we'll have an update on the final walkthrough at your next council meeting. And then on Tolly Road, staff is planning on bringing to you on June 23rd an update on the right-of-way acquisition, so real estate. And then we're also going to be posing to council if you would support breaking the project up into phases, should it allow us to accelerate the project. So that'll be June 23rd. And that is all, Mayor and Council.
Perfect, thank you. Anybody have any questions or have any questions about 12B, the Police Department report? All right, moving on to discussion action 13A, discussion action on the appointment of the City Council ex officiato member of the CBLGC Board to comply with CBLGC bylaws. Ms. Chapman.
So as I'm sure you're aware, at the end of last year, you guys appointed Councilman Hicks to be that member. And the bylaws state that it must be a current serving member. And since he's no longer a serving member, you will need to appoint a new person.
Yeah, we had, in some of the discussions that was brought to our attention, that the CBLGC needs to be an elected, one of the electeds on our dais.
I would like to nominate myself to be that particular representative. I could kind of correlate it with CRWA as well.
I would like to consider discussion also. Sure. All right. Did you want to do the
Do I need to do anything?
Yeah, I would like to say that the CBLGC assets are something that I have been working with great detail with the president of CBLGC, and I would say that the asset CBLGC is completely different than CRWA and the association that we have with CRWA.
I agree, Mayor. I appreciated the information you had to give us the last time, being that you have already been into some executive session meetings as well as in discussion with the board regarding our water leases, and thought that since you're already on top of all the conversations, that I thought it best that you continue those conversations as the ex officiato. So I would also like to extend a motion to nominate you as the ex officiato for the CBLGC board.
One of the things that needs also to be clear is the CBLGC board meets during the day. And I would be available for that. I have two motions on the table. I have a motion. Okay, I have two motions on the table.
I'll second the nomination of Ms. Roberts.
Thank you.
I just wanted to add, I think both of y'all are very qualified. I think it both would do an excellent job. I'm thinking, my one consideration in this is I think maybe divide and conquer might be more helpful, because then we have two different groups rather than one person doing water. That's my 2 cents on that.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Yes, ma'am. Okay. So then, are you guys ready to vote? Is there any further discussion? Is there any further discussion? Okay. So the first vote is for Councilwoman Roberts. Would you just like me to do a roll call vote? I can't vote. Why is mine showing it that I voted?
I think ours is tied together. I voted and it showed up.
I did not vote. Just so you know, I did not vote. Oh, now it's Jeff.
His face was upside down on my screen last week.
Okay. We're going to take a roll call vote, starting with Mr. McLaughlin.
Oh, it went through.
Oh, we got it? Okay, thank you. All right. This is to nominate myself, Mayor Latimer, as the CVL GC ex officiato.
I second that.
And if we can vote.
I'll second it.
Valerie, do you have it? You have the vote. Okay.
When I hit it, it delays and then it will light up. When she touches her screen, it goes wonky. Hers
It-
is doing the delay thing.
I literally, there's like a,
Chopped up Norma across the middle.
because all the
Now
people.
it's Marissa.
Well, I'm going to try to move forward. 13B, discussion action on presentation seeking direction on 2026 special election to reauthorize the quarter cent sales tax for street maintenance. Ms. Miranda. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. We are here tonight to seek your direction on preparing an ordinance calling for a special election in November of 2026 to ask the voters to reauthorize the quarter-cent street maintenance sales tax for 2027 to 2030. This presentation will cover the tax code that authorizes the sales tax, a history of the sales tax in Cibolo, and the revenues generated by the tax. The special sales tax is authorized by Section 327.004 of the tax code and can be authorized in increments of 1/8 cent up to 1/4 cent, as long as the local sales tax does not exceed 2 cents. It was first authorized in 2006 at 1/4 cent and must be reauthorized every 4 years. It is set to expire on March 31st, 2027, if not reauthorized by the voters. The sales tax provides a dedicated funding source for street maintenance and repair, which reduces the burden on property taxes to some degree. The street maintenance tax is part of the total 8 1/4 paid on all taxable sales made within our city limits and some online purchases which are delivered here. If not reauthorized, the burden for street maintenance would be borne by the general fund. Revenues for street maintenance sales tax equals approximately 3.8 cents of equivalent property taxes. Also, if not reauthorized, Guadalupe County may consider an election to authorize it within the county jurisdiction. Of the 2 cent local tax, 1/2 cent is imposed by Guadalupe County and 1.5 cents is imposed by the city. 1 cent is in support of the city's general fund, 1/4 cent is authorized for street maintenance, and 1/4 cent is authorized for economic development. The street maintenance portion is the only portion that must be reauthorized every 4 years. This slide provides a list of projects that have been funded since the last reauthorization in 2022. The sales tax also provides funding for payments on the 2020 certificates of obligation that were issued for major street rehabilitation projects. This slide shows a history of the growth since the initial authorization. I think I should probably watch my presentations before I present them. I didn't realize it had all the... These funds are restricted for a specific purpose and are accounted for separately in a special revenue fund. The tax is expected to generate over $1.5 million in fiscal year 27 and is anticipated to grow incrementally each year. As mentioned earlier, raising this amount in property tax would approximate 3.8 cents on the city's tax rate. As mentioned earlier, the bond payments on the 2020 certificates of obligation are made using a portion of the generated 1/4 cent sales tax, and payments continue until fiscal year 2030. We are seeking your direction on preparing an ordinance for a July meeting to call that special election to reauthorize the sales tax. It would be the only thing on the city election at this point.
Any discussion? Any questions?
Just for clarity, on the slide where it says expenses, so if it's projected to be $1.5 million to be brought in, their certificate of obligation bond payments are absorbing a lot of that revenue, correct?
In
So
fiscal
1.5
year
million?
26, the payment was $865,000, and it does grow incrementally each year to the final payment in 2030 of $1.1 million.
Okay.
Any additional questions?
Is this the only city item that's going to be on the November ballot? Just to confirm.
Ms. Cunningham, I did not
Sorry,
understand.
this is the only city item on the November ballot, correct?
For the city of Cibolo, this is the only item.
Can you, more or less, what's the estimated cost for one item like this to be on the ballot for our city? How much is it going to cost us to be on the ballot?
I'm not sure how the county allocates the cost, if it's by item or by...
It would depend on how many other cities are going to have elections and what all they're having as well. Kind of, they break it up between the different entities that are on the ballot.
We do budget $50,000 a year for election costs.
So they break it up by how many other cities in November? There's going to be a lot of elections. A gajillion. Thank you. Any questions? That it? Can we move on? Everybody good?
Oh, we didn't make a motion.
Oh, we got to make a motion. My apology.
To approve, whatever number this is, 13B.
Second.
Have a
We'll bring
motion
that
and a
ordinance
second?
back in July.
Okay.
Early July.
In July? Ms. Miranda,
I
you
believe
said
the
in
election must be called by mid-July? Is that the
mid-July.
date?
Okay.
So we'll probably bring it back the first meeting in July.
And one last question, does the county usually also, did you say that it's only this that we have to bring up to election? Does the county have to do that for the 0.5% too? Or, no, this is
No,
just for our
the county does not have a
It's just
street
that-
maintenance tax, it's just a
okay.
sales tax.
Thank
you.
Thank you. All right, we took the motion and the action, what happened?
I think we all just said aye.
Valerie, you have it? You have the motion and the action? Okay.
There it goes. Just delayed. Fancy. Hit it. Oh, there it is.
Okay. 13C, discussion action on the exterior materials for the new animal shelter being designed by Quorum Architects. Mr. Huggins, good evening and welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. While IT brings up the PowerPoint for tonight, I would like to introduce Mr. Carlos Martinez from Quorum Architects. That is the firm that's designing our animal shelter. If you'll recall, when we did our strategic management workshop, we talked a little bit about some exterior facades. And so tonight, we're bringing them back to you. We simply want some direction from council on if you want to go with option 1 or option 2. But Mr. Martinez actually updated the presentation a little bit to show you some signage that may be at the facility as well. So I will turn it over to Mr. Martinez, and he can talk to you about the exterior elevations.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I will start with the presentation. Like Mr. Hogan says, the package distributed to you doesn't have the signage, so I would just want you to pay some attention to the presentation. So I will present the exterior material palette options and the signage and artwork package for the new Cibolo Animal Services facility. Moving to the next one, next slide. You are looking at the materials palette that you'll see highlighted in the next 2 slides. Brick will serve as the primary cladding material for all the walls at the front of the facility. For option 1, we are proposing a soft beige color similar to the brick used at the fire station number 3. For option number 2, we are proposing an off-white tone. And continuing with the brick, option number 1 emphasizes the main entrance with a glazed brick in a blue tone. For option number 2, on the other hand, incorporate 2 accent bands of brick in a dark brown color as shown in the palette. Both options will include metal panel applications on the roof, soffits, and select wall areas. At the top right of this palette, you'll see the fencing wall material, which is a burnished CMU in a tan finish. And finally, at the bottom right of this palette, we have the cast stone material, which will be used as a decorative element on top of columns and the CMU fencing wall. Now, we present you the option number 1 in the next slide. Option number 1, which presents an exterior material palette consistent with other municipal buildings, As a reference, we are showing an image of fire station number 3 at the top of the image. In this option, brick is used across all front-facing walls at the main facade. At the upper portion of the walls, metal panel cladding is introduced to reflect the material treatment seen at fire station number 3. The main entrance is highlighted with glazed brick to create a strong visual focal point. To distinguish the animal services facility from the fire station red tones, we are proposing the Neptune blue glazed brick as shown in this picture. And as mentioned earlier, the fencing wall will consist of burnished CMU with cast stone caps. On the next slide, we will see the option number 2. This scheme emphasizes a material durability strategy, focusing on an extended use of brick masonry with accent brick elements for all the walls at the front of the buildings. We can continue with the signage and artwork package, or this will be the time for deliberation you want to decide between the option number 1 and option number 2. Let me know if you want me to proceed with the presentation.
So, is there a preference among us council on the select option number 1 or option number 2 for the exterior facade?
All right, let's go.
Can you scroll back to 1?
And Ms. Roberts?
I prefer 1.
One. Well, that was easy. Thank y'all very much.
We got a winner.
We got a winner. All right. Okay. Well, I'm going to turn this back over to Mr. Martinez here so he can talk a little bit about signage on the facility.
Thank you very much. So this is the presentation for the signage and artwork package. This image shows how signage and artwork are integrated across the main facade. To the left is the facility signage with the legend Cibolo Animal Services. Between the facility signage and the entry plaza and over the fencing wall, we find an inviting message. Come inside, I'll be your best friend. To the right, at the dog's play yard, you'll see dog silhouettes that add a welcoming and playful character. Next slide, please. Oh, okay, thank you. The main signage along the front fencing wall will be a backlit standoff mounted metal sign featuring the facility name and animal silhouettes. Contrasting colors will be used to enhance visibility and create a strong visual identity. The artwork featuring the inviting phrase, "Come inside, I'll be your best friend," also located along the fencing wall, will be created using front-lit letter boxes, complemented by coated metal animal silhouettes. And at the top left, you can see the letter boxes that will be used for this purpose. Finally, at the front of the ornamental fence at the dog's play yard, we are incorporating coated metal silhouettes of dogs in play, paired with star elements to add movement and visual interest. And this concludes our presentation. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Are we supposed to pick a sign, or you're just showing us the
If you
sign?
have any feedback on the signage, we'd be happy to listen to it. But,
Okay.
We were really looking for the facade.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, this is the signage that we are proposing for.
If you want, since everybody picked one and you have that red line, you might want to make that red line the blue color.
Blue color?
That's on the front of the thing. And then
And this
maybe on the Cibolo Animal Services, you could take the buffalo and flip it to the other side and let the dog and cat stand on its own. Otherwise, it looks like you're being very mean to the dog and the
Cats
cat.
riding on the back of the buffalo.
Yeah, it's, yeah.
Yeah,
Have you-
actually, that was
Yeah,
an
I think
option
if
to
you
separate.
balance,
Like
I mean, I'm not,
flanging the-
in design, I know that balance is not always good.
Yeah.
But in this particular case, that's a little too unbalanced, just my eye. And I think everybody kind of agrees, right? I mean, Katie's face, look.
I don't know if is this our animal services logo?
It's not our current.
No. Okay.
Oh, that's better. Yeah.
I understand where this is going. I don't know. It seems very clip art to me.
Would you like
And
us
so-
to incorporate the actual?
The actual logo is a little bit better, except the cat's facing the other direction, so that I can see how that would be weird on a sign, and I can see why it was probably flipped.
And would you like the logo, like, instead of the animals, and keeping the Cibolo Animal Services?
Or
lettering?
something, and maybe like spread out the letters just slightly, so they're not so squished. But yeah, maybe even redo our animal services logo. We can just do a rebrand. New building, new logo.
I think the stars in the current logo with the stars on the fence makes sense. And there's a little less connectivity in the hodge of the animals here, including the little buffalo sticking its head over. You know, maybe a star that would tie back to the stars in the fence.
Okay. We can come up with a couple different options. We'll send it to you, email. See what
I know we love a good buffalo. I know we do.
Buffalo.
We love them everywhere. But maybe at Animal Services, we can do like small buffaloes, like take an animal on a walk and find however many buffaloes you can find. We have the little ones in the sidewalk out here. We have the little buffalo prints. Maybe incorporate it that way instead of trying to instead of trying to make it fit with Animal Services.
Okay.
Because I like the dogs and the cats on the fence and everything. That's really cute.
The stars. I love that. I love that. Especially because it's in our current logo and it's kind of like a throwback. So, yeah.
And also to their point, I was curious about the shrubs in front of the logo and where it says Animal Services. Are y'all going to have low shrubs, growing shrubs, so that way it doesn't cover whatever comes in there?
Yes, that was another consideration that we're going to make for the landscaping to make sure that they don't cover the logo.
Go back to the picture with the darker wall. See,
Were you talking about the building itself?
so yeah, the building itself. So you see on the lighter wall where you can see adoption really well.
Yes,
When
ma'am.
the wall's darker, you can't see it that well. So you'll probably, I don't know, maybe make it a lot lighter or put it on
Yeah,
something
we can put a
or something.
contrasting color up there.
Yes.
Yeah. And the drop off, yeah.
Yes. That's easy enough to do. Okay.
So we'll move forward with option one, and we'll make those updates to the artwork.
I think once it's in IRL, it'll be a little bit better.
It will look like the fire
Yes.
station letters at the top.
Much easier.
Yeah,
Yes.
Okay.
The ridges don't have as much shadow in real life.
exactly.
Thank y'all. We really
Thank
appreciate
you.
it.
Thank you for your feedback.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. Nice to meet you. 13D, receive a presentation on general fund revenue projections for 2026 and 2027. Ms. Miranda, you're up again. Welcome back.
This is a precursor to our workshop, which is next Tuesday evening, and it kind of just sets the stage for our first budget workshop next Tuesday. So the agenda tonight will cover our budget development philosophy, our preliminary general fund revenue forecast, headwinds, tailwinds, and an overview of the agenda for the June 16th budget workshop. Reaching a balanced budget is a top priority for every fiscal cycle. The budget isn't created in a vacuum. It's a product of collaboration between city staff and city council. Prudent financial management, we do focus on making conservative, realistic estimates to ensure the city's long-term viability. Strong reserves and liquidity. Maintaining healthy cash reserves is vital for responding to emergencies and maintaining a high credit rating. Debt management and planning. A well-structured capital plan ensures infrastructure needs are met without overburdening finances. And governance and policy framework. The city's 5-year capital improvement plan, fund forecasting, and regular budget monitoring provide stability and transparency. Our budget cycle goes from March to September. You have seen this before. The star indicates where we are currently, which is staff submitting their end-of-year projections and following your requests. We are still determining budget capacity and prioritizing those requests. We're still meeting with departments to make sure we understand what they've submitted and that they understand what the capacity is. Key dates. The next key date on this list is June 16th for budget workshop number 1. We'll have a budget workshop number 2 on July 21st, receive our certified values July 25th, and hold another budget workshop to discuss the tax rate on July 30th. August 11th, you would expect to see the city manager's proposed budget in your agenda, and we would set the dates of the public hearings that night. Public hearing. August 25th, receive feedback from City Council on that budget, and September 8th, hold the public hearings and adopt a budget and a tax rate. In advance of our first budget planning workshop this next week, we wanted to provide preliminary revenue projections for the general fund. This slide provides a visual representation of the revenue that makes up the general fund. The funding comes 75% from property and sales tax alone, and that's $18.4 million of a $24.6 million budget. The next largest revenue category is transfers, and that's from other funds, mainly the utility and drainage funds. We do transfer 4% of revenues in lieu of a franchise fee, and other transfers represent an allocation of administrative support that is provided by the general fund. One challenge that we're facing this year is a shortfall in our property tax revenue from what was budgeted in fiscal year 26. Following last year's certification in July, our property values generated an initial tax levy of $19.5 million, and that is the third line from the bottom. However, the tax rolls naturally fluctuate due to settled property protests, new exemptions, and ownership changes. By November, when the official tax statements were calculated, the levy had decreased by nearly $600,000, primarily driven by late industrial valuation protests filed after certification. The impact to the general fund, or the M&O portion, was approximately $383,000 in gross taxes. This slide summarizes the changes in overall impact to revenue. The $383,000 impact to the general fund was softened by increases in other revenues, resulting in a $310,000 shortfall. The reduced fiscal year 26 levy will alter our baseline calculations for next year's tax rate. However, we anticipate a statutory adjustment for the lost property value, which may mitigate the overall financial impact during the upcoming rate-setting process. Currently, we are being conservative with our revenue projections for fiscal year 27. This slide does show what the revenue projections are. It shows our fiscal year 26 adopted budget, the fiscal year 26 end of year estimate, and the fiscal year 27 revenue projection. You can see that the change from fiscal year 26 adopted budget and revenues is a 1.5% increase. The net impact on property tax revenue was a $365,000 reduction in revenue for our end of year estimate. Our 2026 preliminary values, which support fiscal year 27's budget, was provided by Guadalupe Appraisal District in late April. The preliminary estimates are still very rough. At that point in time, the protest deadline had not passed yet. The district's estimate was discounted by 4 to 7% to account for those protests. The upper end of their estimate is 1.6% less than the 2025 net taxable value. And you can also see in this estimate that the 2026 preliminary industrial values are 16% lower than the 2025 industrial values. And those are valued by a third party, the Capital Appraisal Group. I did want to note that in their footnote number 2, in comparison, 2025 average discount observed among all taxing units was 6.5%. So while they've estimated a 4 to 7%, they did provide a note that says last year that was closer to the 7% discount. It was 6.5%. I did request additional information from the appraisal district, and as of May 29th, 30% of values are currently under ARB review. Overall, the preliminary values indicate a net increase of $42.5 million in single-family residences, which represents a 2% increase in average homestead value. And this was a net increase after a $123 million increase in exemptions. Residential inventory also increased as of January 1st. Commercial real property increased by almost 39,000. Increases were offset by decreases in industrial property and multifamily property. And new exemptions for commercial personal property passed the House last year. It exempts up to $125,000 of personal property, and that resulted in a decrease in value of $27.6 million. That's the first year of that exemption. New property on the tax roll as of January 2026.
Hold on a second. When you say HB 9 exempt 125,000 of commercial property, and you give this $27.6 million amount for Cibolo?
In personal property. So throughout.
Oh, commercial personal property. Okay,
Yeah, commercial
I gotcha.
personal property. And we do have a number of commercial properties that impacted, but it's not on this slide, so I'll have to look that number up for you.
I just thought that was.
But I kind of recalculated it to see.
It seemed like
quite a lot.
Right?
But
Okay.
It also is related to any income producing property. So even home businesses that have personal property renditions would be exempted.
Okay.
Taxable value of new property, which is property that's brand new on the tax rolls as of January 1st, was $63.7 million. That is down from our usual about $120 million annually. 50% of that is still under ARB review.
It's slowing down. The new home sales are slowing down.
And we had residential property also makes up part of that new property. And as you know, building permits were down last year from what we've seen in the last 10, 15 years. And so that accounts for some of the lower new property value. This chart represents a 7-year history of taxable values by category. Commercial growth has been steady. You can see that's the light blue bar, portion of the bar, and it has grown incrementally each year. We experienced some residential value loss in 2025, and you can see the dark blue section decreased in 2025 related to the economy and market adjustments for real estate. And 2026 appears to indicate some recovery of that residential value. This also impacts our debt capacity. So the reduced values, we used the reduced values and had our financial advisor recalculate the debt capacity, and it reduced the capacity from the prior amount that we showed you of 40.74 million to 37.75 million in a 5-year period. That's from fiscal year 26 through fiscal year 30. That is with holding our INS rate at 18 cents, 18.45 cents. On a positive note, we do see positive growth in sales tax. Our conservative revenue projections put us at 5% over the current year ending revenue estimate, which is 6% over the prior year adopted budget, because we are experiencing some increase in sales tax this year. The light blue bar chart, or bar graph, not bar, line graph, indicates fiscal year 26 year to date, and it is, there are 3 data points that fall above the forecast and 2 data points that fall below it, and 1 right on it. So we are meeting our target. We're slightly above our target forecast year to date.
Who forecasts it for you?
Me in Excel. I kind of know what businesses are coming. We have a little cheat sheet on what some businesses generate. We also use a trend formula and kind of compare what do our forecasts look against the Excel trend formula and kind of use a conservative value. Headwinds. As you know, to remain competitive in employee retention and recruitment, we're absorbing a full year cost of adjustments that we made in January of 2026. And also in personnel, trends indicate continued increases in healthcare costs. And we've seen increases in overtime due to weather-related events and limited staffing in public safety and public works. We also have a year 2 increase in our interlocal agreement for EMS, which is $160,000. And as you know, rising fuel costs, that's been a big thing economically for all of us, and continued inflation with the current economy. It is offset somewhat with these tailwinds. Unfortunately, it doesn't balance the headwinds, but we do have some tailwinds, and that is the EDC incentive agreements, where we are in our final year of the Walmart agreement, and it should end partway through the year, and in our final year of the Red River property tax abatement. Proposed expansion and increase in revenue from Guadalupe County related to our ILA for fire protection services is being negotiated for an increase in our service area and an increase in the revenue that comes from that ILA. We also are proposing a reallocation of economic development staff to be funded from the Economic Development Fund. The agenda for our June 16th budget workshop will cover, again, our budget philosophy, our timeline, where we are in that timeline, a city charter and the property tax process and calculation, our headwinds and tailwinds, overview of the general fund, not just the revenue side, but also the expense side for end of year 26 and for fiscal year 27. Update on fiscal year 27 capital improvement program and voter approved propositions, and we'll give you an update on where we are in spending all of our ARPA funds that we received. We'll ask for council feedback at that time. Are there any questions on the revenue projections? I know that's a lot of information, and if there's anything specific on the property tax portion or the sales tax portion.
I do have a couple of questions, Ms. Miranda, if you wouldn't mind. Being that there was some protests and increased exemptions and there was a revenue loss, as you mentioned, what is that due to? what does that do to our reserves that we're holding? I know when we adopted our budget of 2026, we were sitting at about 27.4. Do you know more or less after back in November where that put our reserves at in percentage? How much were we sitting at in reserves?
So
Total?
last year, we calculated 27.4% reserves. Our budget for fiscal year '26 has been amended twice, but the reserve amount has not significantly changed from that. However, looking at fiscal year '27 preliminary numbers, we are at 25%. So we will be absorbing some of that surplus or excess over the 25% we had last year will be absorbed in fiscal year '27's budget.
Is there a reason why we need to be in a surplus if we have an approved policy of being at 25% as a floor?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question.
Yes, so you had said that we're going to use, are we going to try to be in a surplus again in 2027? Did I understand you correctly?
Well, we're going to present a balanced budget and ensure that we meet the 25% requirement. I think what you're asking is, would we have a surplus in FY '27? And currently, we have not. Currently, with just preliminary numbers, we will not have a surplus in fiscal year '27.
The surplus of 2026, has any of our expenses absorbed any of that at all? Let's say just because the revenues came in short, that additional, 1.1 million, I remember it was more or less, is that still, I guess you had mentioned a little while ago that was still there, right?
That is still there.
Okay.
Considering this year's budget. Yes, it is.
Okay.
Except for the $365,000 reduction that we're going to experience in FY '26 based on a shortage of revenue. So that's closer to 700,000, not 1.1 million.
Okay.
And
So
if I
got
may
it.
just add, right, this is a work in progress. Every year when we
So that
start
helps
and
with
we're
the
telling you in June what our preliminary revenue forecast is and end of year expenses, we continue to work on revenues and expenses. So Anna's giving you the snapshot today.
No,
So
absolutely.
will we only land at 25%? Maybe not. Maybe it's slightly more, but it's just hard for us to project it. Anna's,
Tomorrow, we'll
go
have
ahead.
another data point for sales tax and see how we're doing against the fiscal year '26, and we refine our sales tax projection. As we get another data point in July, we'll refine our sales tax projection. So we'll continue to refine that, and hopefully, instead of anticipating 5% sales tax increase, maybe we can go to 6% or 7%, depending on what these next data points show. And we'll continue to refine that, and we'll continue to work with the departments to refine their estimates for end of year. So
Do you also anticipate any other risk of additional industrial challenge, or any commercials, industrial challenges with protest again?
I do know that there are industrial businesses out there that have protested their values. So those protests won't be resolved immediately. They'll work on resolving them until July 25th, and then they will have to certify values to us. There will still be some portion of properties that are under ARB review, and that will continue until the levy is adopted.
Okay.
It even continues after the levy.
Well,
We
even
have
if it,
continual
even though it
changes in
seems
our
kind of
tax
like a Debbie Downer on one hand, it's super good on the other, because then it means our tax rates are good and more businesses will want to come here. Right?
Yes.
Silver lining.
Yes, we talked to economic development about that.
Yes. Any further questions? All right, moving on to 13E, discussion action on the issuance of the 2026 certificates of obligation. Ms. Miranda again. Back at it.
Me again. So we are seeking your direction tonight on the upcoming issuance of our certificates of obligation. On May 12th, City Council requested to consider one-time funds for a number of projects, specifically Weidner Road, design, the PCI study, and the paver equipment. We will present our recommendation and alternative funding sources in the presentation tonight. Staff's recommendation is to issue the full $4.5 million in support of our fiscal year 26 CIP. The shorter lifespan of the projects and equipment has been considered in the repayment of the bonds. I know that was a concern that was addressed at the May 12th meeting. Our most recent bond capacity calculation indicates that we can maintain the current INS rate. Fiscal year 26 CIP, this is the list that was presented to City Council in April. And some of the items on this list we do recognize don't have a 20-year useful life. And repayment of the bonds is over a 20-year period. I did want to show you that the calculation, the amortization schedule, which is highlighted in the middle of this page, does indicate that the payments in the first 10 years are higher, so that we retire more debt in the first 10 years than we do in the last 10 years. So the average payment of $478,000 is goes through from 2027 through 2036, and then the payment drops to $200,000 from 2037 to 2046. And that is front-loading the debt to cover the shorter-lived assets. So the HVAC units, the public safety and public works equipment that has a 10-year or 15-year life is paid for earlier, so that we're not still paying for them beyond their useful life. If that makes sense?
One of the things I think that it's important for us to discuss as to why you would do something like this, and explain how, like, in a common household, we would save for these things. We would set money aside and save and create, what are those things called? A budget. Yeah, it's called a budget. But I mean, you would save for those future projects. Whereas when you front load the debt capacity like this, you are leveraging income to debt, because you don't want to be taking money and holding it. I don't know how to describe it, but it's not your job to bank taxpayer dollars. It's your job to cover and purchase the items that need to be used. And so one of the things that I think is better with front-loading the debt is it represents that. So I think that is a conversation about drawdown, about how you would use that debt, about why, what this debt does is and front-loading like this is good, but it's also going to become very difficult for us on the backside, because we need that capacity, the cash capacity to EFT, to put people into the roles and fund the people into the roles that we need. So one side, it's good, but it's also kind of like frustrating. Maybe could we buy down the freaking air conditioner out of a drawdown, take $750,000 and do the air conditioner and the roof in a drawdown, and then you get the capacitance annually. You get a bigger, you don't have that debt annually year over year for 10 years taking up or chomping on FTE funds. So how would you describe like some kind of balance between that? Because I'm pretty sure that's what Ms. Sanchez-Stevens is trying to get us to do, is to get more cash liquid to purchase people in the role of firefighters and police officers, as opposed to air conditioners and roofs. Now, both are important and both are necessary, but walking that line between those two issues, we have had done a good job of doing debt like this. I've watched you do this for years. But how do we get more cash to pay the people, to increase the fire department, to expand the police department? How do we do that and repair this?
And yeah, to your point, Mayor, is like how do we have additional cash in order to purchase a $70,000 parks equipment versus having to use long-term debt for that? I realize that even the shortage in revenues, that affects our debt capacity just as well. You showed a decrease of almost $3 million. And so with that, that reduces the flexibility in our INS. And I realize that you use your INS as a measure. So I would like to see how we can leverage our resources so that it doesn't appear to be that it's just a complete debt dependency. It just things have to be reasonable. I completely agree with long-term assets, long-term debt. I'm also concerned about the AC repair, because what if the repair doesn't hold itself? That's something personally I would not finance a repair. I would purchase, like as we did for this building, a whole HVAC system. That's a long-term, and so we use long-term debt for that. But what's the guarantee for that particular repair that we're not going to have to go back out and get that re-repaired? So things like that I would like to see, for us to have conversations on. I just like for it to see it be good debt instead of bad debt. And all it rolled into one. So I'm not saying that I'm opposed to any of it being purchased. It's needed. It's just a matter of how we do that, and doing that just responsibly and in good stewardship.
I do want to address first that this pot of money essentially is separate. We could not take any of these dollars and fund people with it because it is part of the INS tax rate and not the M&O tax rate. So it's not interchangeable. I want to make sure that you know that it is within our debt capacity and keeping that INS tax rate the same. If we chose to lower the INS tax rate to be able to increase the M&O tax rate, that would diminish our debt capacity and delay a lot of our capital projects. So that's,
Well, we don't
we're
want
trying
to do
make
that
sure to
one. We want to
balance.
do the one that gets the magic money.
Right. We want to do both. I understand completely.
Well, and I understand that, but carrying that debt does take dollars, right? Carrying the debt does take dollars away from a pot of money that would otherwise pay.
From, if we didn't have this debt, for example, and we used one-time money in the general fund or the street maintenance tax fund to fund it, we could potentially lower our INS rate. We are still limited in how much we can increase our M&O rate because of the statutory requirements for the voter approval tax rate and the no new revenue rate. So we would still be limited even if we lowered our INS rate. So our goal is to maintain our INS rate so that we can fund capital projects that are priorities of council. And our goal is to continue to, in this growing city, be able to generate additional tax dollars on new property to be able to fund all of the FTEs that we need. That is.
And Mayor and
what we're all
Council,
working towards.
to add to Ms. Miranda's point, if you'll go back to your slide where you show the INS tax rate with the reduction in property assessed values has taken us to a $37 million debt capacity over 5 years. I think there was a previous slide where it showed at the top.
No, that was my last PowerPoint.
Oh, that was her last PowerPoint. So in that PowerPoint, in a city of nearly 40,000 people with a number of projects, go to the slide that shows the 5-year CIP.
The last PowerPoint?
The last PowerPoint. Can you do that? You can see that just in our 5-year CIP, we have a modest list of projects that's supported by the 18.45 tax rate. And so it is a very fine balance. Our 18.45 INS tax rate is a reasonable tax rate for a city of our size, given the number of projects that we have. So for example, Weidner Road is the only major road project listed in the next 5 years. Weidner Road will fix 2 low water crossings, as well as improve the connectivity from Town Creek at Bentwood Pass all the way to FM 1103.
And we do.
Do you mean Tolly Road?
No, I mean Weidner Road. No, Tolly Road is funded with cash on hand.
Okay.
And we are, we sent an email out looking for dates to have the CIP subcommittee meet to work on this next 5-year CIP within these constraints. But Weidner Road is preliminarily on fiscal year 28 and 29. It's about a $10 million, $11 million project that will be funded partially in 2028 and 2029 currently. There is still capacity in 2029 for other projects with the $16 million capacity we have in 29.
So it's a balance of maintaining an INS tax rate that allows the council to prioritize your highest priorities. And we do that on a 5-year basis. And for the last 2 years, that debt capacity has gone down, not up. When I say the last 2 years, into FY27. FY26 was a reduction, FY27 is a reduction.
Is there a reason why we have to approve the issuance of the certificates of obligation tonight ahead of even our first budget workshop?
Yeah, that's a good question. I like that question.
There,
To be honest, we have delayed the sale to give council more time to make that decision. I have funding alternatives here, but the decision does not need to be made tonight. The notice of intent resolution that was approved by City Council last month or 60 days ago was approved up to $4.5 million. So you can issue less.
What is the interest rate? Are they looking up or down?
They're anticipated to go up, is my understanding, at the end of the year. So not in the next.
So there is a little bit of breathing room
There is.
in terms of at least like the first or second.
Right now, the anticipated, the estimated rate is 4%. 4.01% is what the model shows. Victor Quiroga is generally very conservative, and we've never seen his estimated, we've never been above his estimated rate. We've always been below it when we sell bonds. So the sale date was scheduled for July 14th. We're going to delay it and post a notice of that on our website and delay that to August 11th. On August 11th, as you know, on July 25th, we will have certified values, and so we can confirm that our tax rate, our INS tax rate, won't be impacted.
Yeah, I think there's some advantage to waiting till you get that certification, because it will affect the rating overall.
and
So
we can delay, Mayor and Council. What you're talking about, though, are FY26 CIP projects. Our budget workshop, of course, is dealing primarily with you focusing on FY27. So we can absolutely, we are already postponing the issuance of the certificates of occupancy for FY26. And we have, as Ana Miranda mentioned, we will wait till August 11th. So waiting until the certified tax roll comes in won't delay a further delay.
Right.
We delayed it because you asked to have an opportunity to reevaluate all the items on the list for the COs. And so that's why we're here before you tonight. And we did make a recommendation to at least take off one of those items. We believe taking off
the road thing.
the PCI study
Thank you.
and use street maintenance funds for that.
Right. This slide gives a list of one-time monies that are available. The street maintenance tax fund does have $800,000 in fund balance. The downside to that is it will reduce amounts available in FY27 and 28 for annual maintenance and repairs that we do in-house.
Are they budgeted out already?
Well, if you recall at our strategic management workshop, we kind of gave a 5-year plan, and it's about $650,000 to $750,000 of maintenance funds annually. If we were to use some of that money, it may be reduced not significantly, depending on which project, if we fund the paver from street maintenance tax money or the PCI study from street maintenance tax money, it would just reduce the amount available for road projects.
You're talking about the street maintenance program? That's funded, wasn't it like 750,000?
Right,
Oh,
and
you're
if we
saying, okay.
if we use some of that fund balance, it would reduce it, the annual amount available.
So for example, if we have 750,000 next year in street maintenance sales tax revenue that is not obligated to repayment of the current COs, the PCI study with the ad alternates was roughly 250.
250.
So if you take 250 off the 750, you're going to get 500,000 worth of in-house street maintenance work.
So I understand what you were saying about the not carrying it over. And Jeff, you had to say that it's a different annual budget, but did you want to expand on that? Because I think of it as kind of being an assurance to get the tax rate or the ARBs, whatever you call them, the disputes resolved and know the dollar amount. When will we know that?
July 25th?
July 25th.
I mean, if we want to delay it, it's fine. I was saying that these are FY26 certificates of obligation, and what we're talking about is going into the FY27 budget. So I was just indicating, they're two different fiscal years, but if we need to wait, that's fine.
It's a forecasting, to me, it's a forecasting of like, are we going to hit the income amounts that we're seeking? That's why my sensibilities would be more secure after the July 27th date, because then you know all the disputes, everything, the dust is basically settled. And unless barring some weird thing, you know what you're going to
The
get.
majority of them are settled by that point in time.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, yes, you could always have one that comes back, a late dispute or whatever, although a huge late dispute would probably already be on your radar. So that's why I'm thinking then you would look at it and say, is the juice worth the squeeze to take the hit from do we benefit from it? And especially where did we land? Because it seemed, this year seems a little bit more, not like super, I mean, like it's always one thing, it's something, right? It's always something. But this seems a little bit more off, like a little weirder. Is it just me that I haven't seen it that much? Is it a little weirder this year?
No, the property tax?
Yeah.
Yes,
it's a little weirder.
I've never experienced a shortfall in property tax revenue, and then, I mean, it was related to a late protest, but
Yeah.
we've never had that happen.
I know it was, when I saw it, I was like, well, maybe I just don't know.
Did I budget wrong?
You don't know what you don't know.
We've had periods of time of reduced property tax revenue. I wasn't with Cibolo though, so it does happen. You have economic cycles.
Yeah, but this is it's pretty significant. And that's why, I mean, I want to hurry up and get on with it and do what you're doing. And I totally get why you're front loading the debt. And I totally agree with how the responsible way of doing that. But there's a side of me that's like,
Mayor, may I just give some guidance then? The way that the dates fall out, on July 25th, we'll get the final certified tax roll. Anna will provide that to our financial advisor. We'll run the numbers again to ensure the issuance will not increase our INS tax rate above 18.45. On August 11th, we'll do all the notifications and proceed with the issuance of those COs. Tonight, let's say that the certified tax rolls would show that 4.5 million would take it from 18.5 cents for the INS tax rate to 18.5. What would you want us to give up off of the 4.5 million?
well, I mean, you have the conversation then when you know what the damage is. You don't have that conversation hypothetically like, would we take off the PCI thing? No, because Katie would stab me with her scissors. But we would, because she's been fighting for that for, 5 years? So we would have to look at it, we would have to then say, no, this is the right decision to take the knock in the the,
Street maintenance tax.
yes, the street maintenance, $800,000, and then we know, okay, this is good, this is as most fiscally responsible as we can be, this is, playing the numbers as close to reality as we can, but if we don't know, and then you come back, and it's like, well, dang, maybe we would have made a different decision.
No, to
So,
your,
so we can bring this back, a very similar presentation for July 30th with our
Yeah, because
budget
it would,
planning workshop
even if
3.
you went in July, even if you went out whenever it's the INS changes and it changes for us, the payment, right? It affects our payment.
The INS rate,
I'm sorry.
the interest rate.
Yes. No. If it changes our INS, right? If our INS changes, then we have to pay more, right? No, the interest rate, it'll be a different interest rate?
The INS rate is the portion of the tax rate that services debt. It generates the revenue to service.
So it'll go up, and so it'll
it goes
eat up
up, the
more into the
taxpayers
M&O.
will-
Okay, I
Right,
wasn't
and
saying.
our goal is we will not go above the 18.45
That's our
cents
goal.
for INS.
it's a good
That's
guardrail.
where we're going to stay, or lower, but we're going to stay at 18.45.
Okay, see?
So we'll
We're-
come back.
We're gonna, and I want to qualify that because when the voters approved this, when the voters approved Prop A and Prop B for the animal service facility and the public safety facility, they did know that there was a tax rate increase coming with that. And so the INS tax rate will increase when those bonds are issued. So I just want to qualify that.
See,
We will
that's what
eventually
just,
raise the INS rate for that.
yeah, we need I don't know.
That's 24 million.
I just think we should maybe pump the brakes and then,
And that-
because it is a lot to understand. It's a lot for council to have to wrap their brain around, to see all these moving parts right now. To Councilwoman Sanchez-Stevens' point, we're not really sure where we land, and then I don't want you to come back to me at the end of August or whenever the
July.
date was.
We'll come back at the end of July.
No, the end of August and say, oh, well, we ran the numbers and we have to raise the taxes. That would be annoying. That's what that would be. So I think we're better off to,
Wait till our numbers are more
yes,
firm.
ma'am. Yes,
Also,
ma'am.
Ms. Miranda, if we could have some sort of matrices on the CIP list, for instance, like projected longevity on a lot of the things that are being financed. So obviously, there's no longevity on the survey, but it's very much needed. I do like your recommendation to utilize the street maintenance tax fund. I feel that since there's a remaining funds in the CIP of $750,000, maybe the AC repair would probably be a good option. I think like the roof repair, I feel like usually those are things that are usually a good debt, good financing, but understanding what the longevity of that roof repair is going to look like. I think those are things that I would find very helpful. And that's why I asked the question regarding the paving machine. I wanted to have some sort of like a list of streets. Like why is it that we need this bigger paving machine? What are the projects? What do they look like? And there was no answer to that. It was just like, well, we're going to need it. And so we need to be good stewards in what we're borrowing and what we're paying out of our general fund, because ultimately we have to account of how we're using this money to the taxpayers. And I need to be able to give a good answer to say, well, we need a new paving machine because we are repairing 20 roads, or whatever that is. Just seeing that and built it into the presentations that we could actually, that the residents can actually see and have access to. We just need more information as to why. Thank you.
Okay, when we present a recommendation for the sale of the bonds, we can do that, make sure that all of that detail is included.
Yeah, because you clearly would have to have the schedule of the road repairs, because you would have to have
And
scheduled.
some of this equipment has been ordered based on the May 12th council approval of those items. So I believe the paving machine, was it the paving machine that was approved on May 12th? So they'll be ordered, and I know that there are some projects this summer that are critical to having ordered that.
Oh, yeah.
And we want to do it in the summer, before the school starts again, so.
And if we
So
could
we can
also
have that
have some
information.
information of our current paver truck, how old is it? You know, what year is it? What's longevity remaining on that one? If we get a new paver truck, what's going to happen to the old one? Things like that would be helpful.
We do not have a paper truck. We have a box that does a very small lane width. This paper will be the first for City of Cibolo, where they can actually take care of the streets.
That is helpful.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Also, I want to see when they go out there with that big machine. Yes, ma'am.
And at that point in time, we should have firmer numbers for our general fund also to know if there is anything available beyond the 25% reserve.
Thank you. All right, any further questions? Discussion action on negotiation with Mosaic Land Development LLC on proposed development located in the city of Cibolo's ETJ, including terms related to the development agreement. Mr. Reed, are you going to ask the council to postpone or table? Mr. Santee?
I would table it because I don't have a date certain.
Postpone or table?
It's fine.
Either
If
fine.
the only one that's going to come back, tabling, it's fine.
Okay.
I make a motion to table 13F.
I have a motion and a second. I got nothing. Oh, good Lord. It's doing it again.
Went through.
No vote.
It went through.
Everybody voted yes. Is that real? Did everybody vote? Okay, 13G, discussion action on blind spot located at Deer Creek Boulevard and Cinnabar Trail. Councilwoman Patterson.
Awesome. Thank you. I think, Mr. Reed, are you going to get the presentation up? Thank you so much. All right, so I asked for this item to be placed on the agenda because I've had residents. Mm-mm. Yeah, it's on. Mm-mm.
Ooh, look at your picture.
Sorry.
Maybe it's too far from the computer.
Let me try this one. Right there. The play?
Yes.
Okay. Is that good? All right, we'll see. Okay, so I asked for this to be placed on the agenda because I have had residents and the HOA president reach out to me from Deer Creek regarding an intersection, so regarding the Deer Creek Boulevard and the Cinnabar Trail intersection. And so for me, it's more of a safety concern with the visibility issues. And then I also know that Mayor Latimer and Councilwoman Sanchez-Stevens have been out to the site. Mr. Reed, they've spoken with residents and have heard their concerns as well. So this first slide on here, essentially, it just shows the distance as soon as you turn onto Deer Creek Boulevard from Cibolo Valley Drive. It shows that distance till you get to your very first stop sign. So you're driving about 0.6 miles and then you hit a first stop sign. And then from that stop sign to the next one is 0.2. And then from that stop sign to the end of the street where there's a stoplight at, it's 0.3 miles. Okay, and that is important because this was also brought up to the Neighborhood Traffic Management Program subcommittee meeting, and they said that the reason to not put a stop sign there at that intersection was because it could potentially back up traffic. So this slide, it shows a little blue sign where we're proposing to put that stop sign at, which is on Deer Creek Boulevard and Cinnabar Trail. And so it shows from the street to that stop sign would be 0.4 miles. And then from that stop sign to the one that's already established there is 0.2. So I just wanted to show the distance so you can understand the different proximity between the signs that are on that street. And so I guess like my thought process with this, if stop signs are considered appropriate within those proximities for the other side of Deer Creek, then why wouldn't that intersection where there is a documented blind spot, it's a safety concern, not warrant the same consideration? Okay, so what I did is I went out there and I took a video of myself, or I had my daughter press play, going to that stop sign, and then to try to show so you can see the blind spot, but then also you have to pull up to the end of the street and there's still a blind spot right there. So let me... So that's what you see at the stop sign to the left. And then you have to go, that's what you see when you pull up to the edge of the street. So because the road is curved and that fence right there, it's a really bad blind spot. And I mean, the speed limit on that street is 30 miles, but even going right there, I had to check multiple times to see if a car was coming. Okay, so I tried to do like a piano photo, just showing when you go to the stop sign, that's what you're seeing from the left. So you can see that there is a blind spot when you're trying to turn left and go onto Deer Creek. Okay, and then that blind spot is still there when you're pulling to the edge of the road. Yep, and then this is what the city had done to try to mitigate that blind spot on there, to try to pull some of the traffic away from the curb to the center. However, when I was there, you can barely see, but there is a truck back there. And when I was trying to drive, I could not see that person. So it's multiple times that you're having to look as they're approaching that intersection. Okay. All right. Oh, I went.
Mine broke.
Okay, thank you. And then the last slide on there just showed a convex mirror that was put up. I do apologize because it says convex mirrors, it's plural. That was a mistake on my part. One was put up. Oh. I apologize.
I was just trying to warm you up. There you go.
I didn't do that.
It's weird. I know it's weird.
I was like, I'm not doing anything. I'm not even touching the mouse.
Can I go to that last slide for you?
Yes, thank you.
Oh, something opened that needs to be closed.
That's what I was like, I didn't push that.
You see it? You see how that?
Thanks, Mr. Reed. I appreciate it. I was like, I haven't done that.
Is this the slide that you want, Ms.
Yeah, so this is the last slide on there, and that's just showing the convex mirror. However, when you're approaching, when you're driving, because you're going 30, you're just not looking in that direction to even see the car at the stop sign or where they're at. You're just kind of going through. So I wanted to bring it up to council so that we can discuss what to do forward. I do think because it's a safety concern, it's something that we should be looking into and taking action on, but I wanted to discuss with everyone to see what we'd like to do. I think adding a stop sign would alleviate the safety issue, but it would be adding 2 stop signs and then also adding 2 stop ahead.
Can you
warning
take
signs.
it back to the streets with the distances? Yeah.
Oh, that would be slide 2.
Can I also speak to this as well? Because I live here and this is my way home many times too, and I can speak to the other stop signs just as well. For instance, the one that's on Deer Meadow Boulevard leads to Watts Elementary. So it would make sense, for that need to be a stop. People exiting from Deer Meadow Boulevard onto Deer Creek Boulevard, having an opportunity to exit because of the school. Also, the second stop there at Rio Vista Drive is because there's a park right there, and that's a safety concern just as well. I recently requested for a speeding traffic study, and I believe it was from Brush Trail only going south towards FM 3009, but there was about 1,100 cars that were tracked going southbound, if I remember correctly, right, Chief? So one thing I would like to ask for more information as to, let's say from Cibolo Valley Drive, how many cars come down towards Deer Meadow Boulevard? In other words, and I completely agree that there's a visibility challenge here, and give some back history these residents have been, I guess, over the years, even before your time, Mr. Reed, that there's about 13 homes right here in this particular cul-de-sac, and they've had some issues. I don't believe there's been any crashes or any impacts of that, anything. So I want to just understand, because I know that there's not always a rush of cars coming through, but there are, I'm in here, and I know that we don't have overall, in speaking with the Vice President, I just asked, by the way, hey, I just want to confirm that the HOA has confirmed consensus over a stop sign going there. He goes, actually, I don't know anything about it. And I was like, oh, well, I think maybe this should go before the HOA board. So glad that, I think,
The president
Ryan.
and the vice president haven't talked?
No.
Oh, because I've definitely been in
So-
communication with the president and
Okay,
told him
and I
even
believe,
about this.
and I believe
yeah.
because he emailed, so I completely agree with you. So it's not a question of, it's just a matter of, just getting a confirmed consensus and having them participate in the conversation, because there's some other things I actually was thinking about. Let's say emergency response time to this neighborhood just as well, how because I know we hear the fire truck come down, there's for EMS services. Many times I've seen the fire truck on my street for my retired neighbors. So the response time, will that be delayed because of the stop sign that they have to attend to? What would the daily commute that the Deer Creek residents have accustomed to? Should we take this to the community themselves to say, maybe all of them would say, you know what, we're all for that stop sign if it helps. And that way at least they realize the impact of their travel time to and from work is now changed, because I know we feel it when we're on Cibolo Valley Drive, when we had that additional Bentwood Ranch additional stop sign, so we had to retrain. So, but no, I agree. What the convex mirror, and that's what my question, I had emailed you, Mr. Reed, as far as did we have the engineer approve the size of that convex mirror? And also, and it was also was there an engineering report as to to what extent the lines were supposed to be drawn to really navigate the traffic more to the center, or was it just kind of an estimate? But if you could just speak to that, I'd appreciate it, yeah.
The convex mirror was not recommended by the traffic engineer. That was something that, based upon the missteps on the restriping at the end of the Deer Creek Boulevard, I said, we'll put one up to see if it helps. The striping was designed per the MUTC design manual, so those are per the manual and how they should be put down. And I don't have that manual, but it's a very technical, thick manual, and that's how the striping was designed, per that document, as all striping is designed.
But you do have that manual. She's sitting right over there.
So-
She's very knowledgeable in all of this that y'all are discussing right now.
Councilwoman Cunningham has a question.
I have a few. So what is the speed limit on Deer Creek Boulevard?
30 miles.
So it's 30. Well, I know what people go, but it's posted as 30. And did we measure the visibility? Like
There was a past email where we showed on a map the distance to that fence from the intersection, so forth, so on.
well, to the fence or to where you can see on the road? Because if
Well,
you
to
go to
the
the
fence.
picture of,
And we have a visibility triangle shown at that intersection.
Okay.
So we did that. Staff did.
we tried very hard to get stop signs on Buffalo Crossing. There's a lot of traffic on Buffalo Crossing, especially at the beginning of the day after school gets out. It's very, very busy. It's a cut through. People drive on it all the time. We were told, we went through the whole traffic study process, that intersections where you want to install a stop sign after the road is already in service, it's already the city's own property, you have to meet certain traffic counts, not just one direction, but two.
Or certain traffic warrants that are evaluated by a traffic engineer. That's what we told you, because the truth is, perception by our residents would result in each one of you getting multiple requests to put stop signs up. And if the criteria was perception alone, we'd be putting up multiple stop signs a year in multiple neighborhoods. And so staff never recommends to install stop signs or traffic calming devices based upon perceptions. But if you direct us to do a study, we'll have a qualified engineer do that. So it's either use the qualified professionals around traffic, they use the studies that are accepted nationwide, and based upon the outcome of that study, we do or do not put up a stop sign. For example, Bentwood Ranch at Cibolo Valley Drive, before Cibolo Valley Drive was rehabilitated, there had been a traffic analysis of that intersection. It did not warrant it. Prior to, right before Cibolo Valley Drive went under construction, we did another traffic analysis of that intersection, and a stop sign was warranted. So many of you may not recall that there wasn't a four-way stop sign there, but it was warranted because traffic increased.
And to be judicious with council's time, this is what I have heard, and let me know if you are okay with this, Marissa. What I have heard is that there was a lack of communication between the president and the vice president, and maybe we could go back and have them, I see the logic of it. Standing on that street, I see the logic of it. But I don't live like Ms. Sanchez-Stevens does in the neighborhood, and so I think my inclination would be to say, can you guys together take it back to the HOA folks, let them do whatever their HOA folks thing is. If they say, yes, we want you to pursue this, then you would bring it back and we would ask for the traffic study, because it is a very weird spot coming in and out on either side.
I'm cautious because, yes, do a traffic study, do whatever. I'm cautious of making sure that if one does go in here, that it is warranted and we have the data to support it, and it's not just, well, they can't see well. Because there are tons of intersections throughout the city, throughout neighborhoods where you can't see anything, and there aren't stop signs. And we've told people, no, you can't have stop signs. No, you can't have speed mitigation measures there because it's a long straight road. You just need to deal with it because it doesn't meet the metrics. And so if we put one in Deer Creek, there's already bias against Deer Creek because it's gotten the most traffic work. It's constantly on our updates for traffic and road repairs and all this other money that's poured into that area. When District 4 in particular, old District 4 and new District 4, both had no traffic, no street repair, nothing for years. And so if we put one in, I'm not saying, well, we can't put one in because they've had too much already. If it's warranted, it's warranted. We have to be very careful because we've told multiple other neighborhoods no.
Well, I think the point
for
is,
roads that had more than 13 homes on
the
them.
point I want to make isn't whether it's warranted or not. The point I want to make is before we agree to spend the money to do the study, we need to go back to the homeowners association and have them do some kind of analysis to ensure that they are in agreement. You have all of this information and you could help the HOA guy, I don't know his name.
The
Sorry.
president, yeah.
Yeah, and you could present this in a online survey or what have you, in their HOA Facebook page or a mailer, I don't know.
We did town halls here for Buffalo Crossing, and we've done town halls at other neighborhoods as well.
And that was for a neighborhood traffic mitigation
Mhm.
program. It was our pilot program that proved successful.
And I do think it
that's
is.
separate. That's separate from a intersection analysis for a stop sign.
I do think it's important to get the consensus of the HOA before we spend the money for the study.
And I also would like to say, because Mr. Olson, he made a valid point in his email, and he didn't realize the entire discussion, how the lines actually got on the road. And Marissa, this may be helpful to you, is that maybe in the past, maybe the studies didn't prove that it warranted a stop sign. But because when Deer Creek was going to have that mill and overlay, I presented this email and concern from this resident, which he was concerned about that left turn. He's been trying to get the city to do something about it for years. And then Mr. Reed was gracious enough to say, you know what, we have that mill and overlay project. I bet we can probably put some striping down to help with that site visibility. So it didn't require a whole bunch of studies. It was just, hey, we're going to have some striping going out there. We can take a look. We can do some. So it was trying to address the issue to help. And Mr. Olson is saying, well, now y'all self-admitted that there is a site problem, so now therefore you have to put a stop sign in. So this is where I kind of want to take it back, take city staff. I would like to get some traffic study from Cibolo Valley Drive to actually see the amount of traffic, because if staff guidance was that traffic's going to be backed up, we'd like to get some numbers to see how traffic is going to be impacted. What's the amount of traffic that goes in through all, past Cinnabar
Yeah,
Trail going down.
but before we spend any money, we need to get consensus.
Well, no, a traffic study doesn't spend a lot of money. You just put the traffic trackers correctly.
Mrs. Sanchez
It's like a
Stevens,
speed.
you're
Oh, yes.
talking about an in-house or
The
speed radar
the speed
trailer.
ra-
That's
Just
what
a
you're
count,
speaking
just a
of.
count, yeah, just a count, just like what we did at Rio Vista Drive and,
And
right.
you want that from Cibolo Valley Drive down Deer Creek, you said, ma'am? Is that the where you want us to place
To
those traffic counters at?
Cinnabar Trail.
Right, how
Cinnabar?
much
Okay.
is coming through Cinnabar Trail, in other words? Yeah, traffic coming from
Down.
Cibolo Valley Drive coming down. That way we at least have that. We can talk about it with the HOA.
Yeah, you can
We
add it
can
to the
present it.
information.
Absolutely, I think that's important.
Good
And-
teamwork, good teamwork.
I would
ladies.
assume we're going to have the same amount that was present on the other side because a lot of people are using it as a through, but it'd be interesting to show if it has more people for people making that turn to go to the elementary school.
I think it will have
Yeah.
more than actually the other one will, because the other one was at Brush Trail Bend.
Mr. Reed, Mr. Reed, the site visibility triangle, what is it for an intersection? Because what I'm reading is it's 15 to 25 feet in Texas.
And Ms. Cunningham, I don't have that off the top of my head.
I
What
would,
I can do
I would
is-
like that too, because
Okay, yes.
I just heard that there's a resident saying, well, city admitted that it's not visible. We have rules and regulations for that visibility triangle. I am not an expert by any means, but Google tells me they exist. And if that regulation says it has to have 25 feet of visibility and there's 40 feet of visibility,
So
then
the site visibility depends on classification of the road, this posted speed limit of the road, and it's drawn up. It's very straightforward.
Okay.
I don't want council to think that a site visibility impairment by itself will result in a traffic or intersection analysis to trigger a stop sign. There are many factors that engineers consider.
Gotcha.
The width of the road, the usage of the road, who's driving through there, what's near there, is there a school, is this in the middle of a neighborhood, is this in a major thoroughfare? There's so many components that go to look at what appropriate action needs to be taken. There's a legal component, because if we go and install any regulatory traffic sign, now the city is liable, right? And if that stop sign did not meet the required criteria, then the city could be exposed for liability. That's why there's so many things that an engineer looks at with manuals and regulations and fencing. It is very difficult to retrofit an existing roadway, but certainly we can look at and see what is the best option. Councilwoman Patterson, if you recall, on Cove Lane, there was a visibility issue. People thought, oh, it's a speeding issue. People are speeding, and this is the reason. Well, what we found out that it was a visibility issue. The stop sign was too back from the fence. The fence wasn't allowing people to see. So what we did is we extended the curb, relocated the stop sign, and now people can see. They can see what's coming. They comfortably can do their traffic maneuvering that needs to happen.
So to be judicious with time, can we table this and you bring it back after you get a hold of the HOA?
Well, I think yes, I definitely get a hold of the HOA so we can have a meeting with staff, but I also like to have a traffic count, just as well as that we can present to the HOA. That way they can make the best informed decision, just as well as how to approach.
So do we need to make a motion and an action for that? Or can we just table it and get that
direction is good
direction?
for now.
Ms. Sanchez Stevens and I have off record agreed that staff will do that with our in-house equipment.
Okay, can I
don't
have a
need
motion to table? Or do we postpone
Just
it?
discussion is good.
Yeah, because it was discussion or action, so I just wanted to make sure that we were discussing it to make sure the rest of council was aware that this issue was going on, so we knew. And yeah, we can gather more information and bring it back.
Okay, so you'll just bring it back? Okay. Perfect. All right, discussion action on the strategic partnership grant. Mr. Huggins, good evening. Thank you, Marissa.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. So if you'll recall, at the May 26th City Council meeting, we were provided 18 applications for the Strategic Partnership Grant Program. I had sent everybody a copy of a matrix on May 21st. Asked if you wanted to fill that out and send it back to me. I'd compile all the data from each one of you and see if we can come to a consensus on how you want to distribute the funding. I did not get the feedback from everybody yet. So at this point in time, I don't know how you want to proceed with the grant funding. So
I know I did my matrix, but you know what? I don't think I sent it to you.
the only one that I can find is Mrs. Roberts.
I don't remember seeing it at all. I don't remember seeing it at all.
Okay, I sent it on May 21st, a couple of days before y'all actually got the packets. I wanted y'all to have that at your disposal. What I can do is I can send it to you all again, if you'd like, and then if you want to fill it in on your spot, on your seat, send it back to me, I'll compile it and bring it back to the next meeting.
I think I saved it and I put it to the, I know.
I believe Ms. Sanchez-Stevens asked for them to be sent separately, so that way we all kind of had them aside from the packet, so we could kind of look at them. But, because I remember getting 2 separate emails about it.
Yes, Mr. Huggins did send them.
Yes, ma'am.
As requested. And you
Again-
got 0 reply.
Again, I know
Sorry.
everybody's
Except
busy.
for Danetta Roberts,
I got one,
Councilwoman.
but we're all busy. I'll send
Okay.
it again. And if y'all just fill it in and send it back to me, I'll bring back the completed matrix at the next council meeting and y'all can make the decision at that.
Thank you. Thank you for reminding us.
I appreciate it.
All right, discussion action to approve funding in the amount of $500 to the Parks and Rec Commission for America's 250th celebration. Councilman McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mayor. So you'll recall a couple meetings ago, we had discussed American 250 celebration decorations in Cibolo. We ended up pushing that to the Parks and Recs Committee. Mayor and I discussed a couple weeks ago, reaching out to Parks and Rec, kind of seeing where they were at. I talked to Ms. McDaniel, the Parks and Recs chair, to see what sort of financial assistance they may need from us, and she was still awaiting quotes for the banner that Ms. Hernandez is passing out right now. But she was hoping at that time to be able to do it with Parks and Recs funds. So when I spoke to the mayor, we talked about just putting a $500 placeholder on here just in case they needed the funds. I went to the Parks and Recs meeting last week, and I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Hernandez and the Parks and Recs Commission to take it from there.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. Again, I have the Parks Commission Chairperson and one of our board members here with us to support this. So we've been talking a little bit about what can Parks Commission do to celebrate the 250-year anniversary for our country. And in that conversation, a banner came up, and Ms. Sherry McDaniels was able to provide a concept of what that banner will look like. We quickly send it over to some vendors so they can provide us a cost estimate. And unfortunately, either they're not really hungry to do much business with us, or they were swamped, and they took a little while to come and provide us. And we received one quote. You have it in front of you. The rendering is there. That is a graphic, a representation, but we actually need a real image. Therefore, the need for a graphic artist to recreate this in a software where they can expand the banner, because it's going to be 4 feet tall and 40 feet long. So we are proposing it to put it along Borgfell and Cibolo Valley Drive. It will be on Borgfell. We're going to hang it across. GVC has partnered with us, and they're going to come and install the banner. One of the challenges that we have is the cost. It's not an inexpensive item. It is $720 on one side and $720 on the other side. So in order for us to have a very beautiful looking banner, we are requesting a 2-sided banner. Totaling $1,440, plus the $200 for the graphic artist. And again, this is in an effort to commemorate, celebrate, call attention to our 250-year anniversary. Ms. McDaniel, if you want to
Excuse me one moment.
Yes.
Mr. Santee, This is on our agenda at up to $500. Can we amend the agenda and increase? So we're limited to $500. Sorry, continue.
Ms. McDaniel, do you want to say something?
Well, I think she covered most of it. When we first started, and this has been an ongoing thing, it's not like it just came up. We've been working on this for probably 3 months now, and we submitted it to a couple of different vendors, and as Ms. Hernandez says, only one came back, and literally just came back like a week to 10 days ago. So when we initially put this on, when Mr. McLaughlin put it on the agenda, we still had not received the quote for it. So he just wanted to at least try to give us some kind of funding for it. But as it stands right now, that is going to be the cost. We weren't anticipating having to have 2 banners. Just so you guys can understand where it is, do you remember where the Everyday Way had we're going to put it in the same place. It's 40 feet across. This particular kind of banner, it can't be like a PVC garage sale type thing. It has to be a netting because it's so much wind up there, it would just tear it up. It has to be able to blow through it, so they can't make a 2-sided netted sign. So that's why we have to actually have 2. That was something we probably were not anticipating.
So you would need 2 signs at $16.40 apiece?
No, that's total. They're $7.20 each.
Okay.
So we were thinking we would need 1 sign, 2-sided sign, and it would be $7.20. And then they said, no, you have to have 2 because we could only print it on the netted. It's a
The material
mesh.
itself,
It's a
yes,
mesh kind of.
creates
Yeah.
an issue. So it's not one of those kind of vinyl material. This is the netting. So you can't send it through the printer twice for the image because it just will not.
Okay, so if I understand, there are 2 asks here tonight, council. One is, do we approve the banner? And then number 2 is, we can make the motion, fund them $500 tonight, all right? And then bring it back in the next motion and increase.
Next meeting.
Yeah, 1654 minus 500, that math amount.
11.
And then,
11.
and then we can put that on the next agenda.
We can't wait that long because it's going to take time to order it, put it up. We're right into a time constraint.
Mayor and council, if I can just speak, your direction tonight to approve the banner, knowing the cost exceeds what was posted, but approving the 500, I would authorize staff to proceed with that banner, taking the risk that your opinion changes between tonight and the next meeting. But if there's unanimous support for a banner, okay?
Let's get the banner thing, I'm going to go roll call, but first Katie needs to say something.
Is there a way to make it more reusable? Because it says 250th anniversary. If we're spending $1,600 on this, I'd like to be able to use it every year, like put them up every year, and that's our thing.
So we actually discussed that. We didn't realize how much this one was going to cost. We wanted to do something special for the 250 because we're really not doing anything else. So this was supposed to be like the big hurrah that we were going to do. I designed this, and this was actually just a mock-up and an idea, and I figured that, the city or somebody else would run with it. It was just a concept design. I actually have another concept design like this without the 250 for just that reason, because we thought about coming to you with 2 alternatives, the 250 and the other one. But either way, no matter what design we go with, it's going to cost the same.
Right, and that's why I feel a lot more comfortable doing one that we can use every year.
And basically, my other design looks exactly like this. It just doesn't say 250. And we could reuse it.
But this one for this year, but it can stay there until December. It's just not a one-day event. So. Yeah. So, the reason why, obviously it's more than you guys approved it, and we know that but why we went with this, think of it as 250th anniversaries For the United States, it's a one day. It's one in a lifetime. This is not going to happen in our lifetime. So we wanted to create something that would be a memorable for our community, for the city, for the residents. It's gonna stay there for until December. It is worthy for our city and for us to commemorate 250 years. And that's really was what our thinking. Yes. So we really need your support. And,
I get it. I like your explanation. I like that we're celebrating. My concern is cost and only being able to use it for 6 months, whereas we'd be able to use it for multiple years. We just had an item on our nonprofit partnerships, our grants. We only have $12,000 we put aside for all of the nonprofits in our community, and we're spending almost $2,000 on a banner. So that kind of is hard for me to reconcile as well. I love the idea of the banner. I like the design. If it was more universal and we could use it every year, and we could then put in the Parks Committee budget more money every year where y'all could continue to add on to it. So maybe next year you do bunting, the year after it you do flags, the year after it you do something else, where it keeps building. You got to start somewhere. But this would help us build up to that if it was something that was reusable.
Councilman McLaughlin.
Ms. Cunningham, 100% agree with where you're going, and I understand what we're trying to do here. I've been one of the biggest pushers of the 250 anniversary. I think we can get away with a more generic banner this go around because fortunately the Historic Committee did paint the backside of the mural to at least show that Cibolo is recognizing that this is the 250th anniversary of the United States. So I 100% understand where you're coming from. And to Ms. Cunningham's point, because of this price tag, I don't think any of us were expecting. It makes a lot more sense if we can make it reusable year over year.
Yeah, so the option for use it multi-year, we just need to remove the 250.
Yes.
The same banner can be used it over and over.
I have a question.
That's an option, but it will cost the same price.
Councilwoman Brown?
I do have a question. Is there any way we can, I guess, get a temporary 250th and put it on the sides or something like that? Just remove it off of the permanent banner and maybe just, is there a way we can do that? Because I understand the significance of the 250 and I think it's very important to be up there. Is there like something we can stick there or something or clip it to the?
Like a sticker kind of thing?
Something,
I don't know how that's going to
something.
affect the actual banner. 'cause-
Okay,
Yeah.
hang on a second. I will help you if you want with my graphic design. Second, I want to go ahead and make the motion for the $500 to get them paid to start it. You're saying you don't want to spend $1,600 unless it's reusable?
Right.
Okay. So if we get a design, Mr. Santee, from our Parks Department, can they send the design out through the city secretary and we get approval through the city secretary for the design between now and then?
What do you mean by we get approval?
Like if they, so we're going to, like what I'm going to do, I think everybody is, if I am
I
wrong,
would take
please-
2 votes, Mayor. I would take a vote authorizing the banner.
Okay.
The reusable banner. And then I would take a vote appropriating the maximum amount on the budget, on the agenda tonight, and direct staff to bring it back for the rest of the funding. And that's what I would do. As far as the design stuff, I mean, they've got a design already, and if you want to work with them, I mean, that's whatever y'all work
Okay.
out on that is fine.
Okay,
I
you heard
just
it.
want to
So,
make a point, Mayor, I'm sorry. We ran the design through our community relations manager, Jeanette Gonzalez, we ran it through it. Just want to let you know, we did kind of follow a process to make sure the branding is good and, you know, we didn't step outside of the bounds of colors and stuff like that. But certainly we can, if you help us with your graphic artist, we'll send this concept.
whatever the city's branding process is perfectly fine with me. So let me go ahead and move us forward. Mr. McLaughlin, do you approve, can you make the motion to approve for them to do the banner and give them the $500?
Two separate votes, right?
Okay, sorry, I thought you could combine them.
I make a motion to approve a reusable banner designed by the Parks and Rec.
Second.
I'll second.
It's just so. I can't even, I've got nothing.
Aye for me,
I'm good.
if it shows up.
Is it doing it? Can you see it? Okay. Do you want me to take a roll call? Oh,
Make a motion to.
we can't see. Did you even vote? Okay, as long as you actually push the button.
I make a motion to approve funding the amount of $500 to the Parks and Recs Commission for America's 250th celebration.
Second.
Second that.
Did you? Okay. All right. Thank you all very much. And Sherry, you have my number. You can just get a hold of me. All right. 13J, discussion from council members that have attended seminars, events, or meetings. You want to start Summer? You want me to start down? No? Okay. Mr. McLaughlin?
Thank you, Mayor. So have a good night, Mr. Santee. I attended the Parks and Recs Commission meeting last week. Went to Olive Garden to partake in their arrival to Cibolo. Even forced my oldest one to get a job out there, so that's fantastic. And then, Chief, again, please extend the greatest of thanks to Miss Jeanette for taking me around on this weekend. I had a blast hanging out with Animal Services.
I completed newly elected training through TML, so I got that whole webinar series complete. And then I went to the Trophy Oaks apartment tour, the Olive Garden ribbon cutting, and attended the Steele High School graduation and saw my youngest graduate. So it was great. Yep.
I did a few webinars, one on AI, one on water capacity and needs of cities moving forward, and then another one on, I can't remember what it was. It had something to do with public safety. But if I can find the links to them, I'll send them to you.
Ms. Sanchez-Stevens?
I have to remember what we did. I've been trying to enjoy my kids as much as possible now that they're out of school, right? So, was able to go to that Trophy Oak Apartments tour that we went to not too long ago after our last council meeting. Also attended a ribbon cutting from a Cibolo business in Sparity. And I think that's about it. Yep.
Ms. Roberts?
I also attended the Trophy Oaks property tour, went to the Parks and Recs meeting, got to hear all their great plans. We had a CRWA meeting yesterday evening, which I will update y'all on the next meeting, next council meeting. And that's it. Oh, and we had the three of us had an interview committee.
Yes, and we had so much fun. How could you forget that? Worked on some training myself. Attended the Olive Garden ribbon cutting, which was amazing. Let me see. Also, some Steele High School graduation events and honors events for some of the residents that asked me to come and partake. Yeah, and of course, we conducted some interviews for our Boards and Commissions Committee and had a lot of fun, and we got some more tomorrow, so.
Thursday and Friday of last, did you need to say something? What? Oh, tomorrow's P&C, will do. Okay, this last week on Thursday and Friday, I had 2 EDC meetings, one with a medical and one with a military, which was very interesting. And then I had a meeting with the Charitable Foundation for looking at ways to improve our outreach for our senior center and other projects that we need. We were supposed to have a council ordinance subcommittee, but it did not make. And then a number of ribbon cuttings and the Trophy Oaks, which was interesting because when we went to Trophy Oaks, we found out that they're looking to build medical offices. So that's really it. I need to do, what? Oh, and this coming next Monday, we will have Flag Day celebration here in the courtyard of Main Street. And also tomorrow night, we will have a training for flooding and it was flooding and TIAs, I think. Traffic impact analysis being at the planning and zoning. So if you can't make it in person, please get on the YouTubes with your popcorn and enjoy the training. And so that's really it. And then discussion action on the review and confirmation of all upcoming special meetings and workshops and scheduling the time, date, and place of additional special meetings or workshops. Ms. Chapman.
The NEP luncheon is Thursday. I have signed the 2 of you up that have notified me you'd like to go. If you would like to go and have not let me know, please let me do by tomorrow so I can get your ticket. And then, of course, the chamber luncheon will be next Tuesday, the 16th. And then, as Mayor stated, the Flag Day ceremony is Monday at 9 a.m. here at the courtyard. And then budget planning workshop will be Tuesday, the 16th, at 6:30. 6:30.
Anybody want pizza for that day? Or
Yeah, as long as it's crust pizza.
oh, I'll bring pizza. Yeah. Okay. Anybody ready for 14?
Motion to adjourn.
I second that.